Kath, how do you say good morning in your language? Bundada Hunzu. Who can tell me how to say good morning in their language? Microphone 13. Microphone 13.
Oh. Hello, election 1-1.
OCM, thank you. Good morning. Oh, microphone 21. Good morning. Ait Natal. So we don't have enough for quorum. We're a little bit short. So if you know any chiefs and you can text them, you tell them, get over here. No, I'm just kidding, don't say that. We need 6 more. But there are a number of things that we can do without quorum. We're just not going to be able to do resolutions. I would like to say I'm Leah George Wilson. I'll be your chair for the next 3 days, and to welcome us and open us up in a good way, we have Councillor Brett Sparrow from Musqueam Indian Band. Brett.
Thank you, Leah. Good morning, everyone. My traditional name is Aichwatsimkun. On behalf of Musqueam, welcome back, everyone. See a lot of familiar faces, and I was just saying to Terry, it seems a little quiet this morning, so I knew you're a little short for quorum, but nonetheless, we're happy to have you back for this important work and discussions that you're having at the meeting today. I usually like to look at the agenda and kind of say some inspirational words, but all I could think about was Chief TG singing CCR last night at the at the Indigenous Business Awards. He had a walk-up song. I think everyone did, but he really leaned into that, and it made me think of I see a lot of established leaders in the room and people who've been at the table a long time, and I feel like if you're still able to sing CCR, I think you know what the people want and who and who you're representing. I don't have anything else to say. I think first and foremost, I just want everyone to have a great day here and to enjoy the food. I'm sure there's some Musqueam caterers here to support all the work in our staff here. So if you need anything, just reach out to our administration, and have a great day or week.
Thank you, Brett, for that welcome to the territory and to the building. I was there at the awards dinner, and I actually have video of Regional Chief singing. So if you weren't there and you want to see, no, I don't have it. I did take pictures. I have a couple of pictures of him singing, but no video. I think it really speaks a lot to the good nature, humor, and the ability to read the room that our regional chief has. One of the things that we're able to do without quorum is to hear the welcome and address from Regional Chief Terry Teegee, who is serving his unprecedented 3rd term. Let's give a warm welcome to our regional chief.
Thank you, Leah. Daneza, Sekuza, Skiza, Chiefs, Hereditary Chiefs, all those online. First of all, I want to acknowledge the territory of Musqueam and thank Brett for that welcoming. I'm not going to sing, so I'm not going to sing any CCR, but maybe later some Neil Diamond. No. I'm kidding. I just want to also acknowledge my board of directors, Brian Asu, Quickly, Roseanne Casimir, also Chief Jerry Jack is here, and also Chief Linda Price, who is going to be leaving us, sadly, as she ends her term here at the BCAFN Board of Directors, and want to welcome Don Sam, Chief Don Sam, as coming into the fold as the Board of Director. It certainly is an important time, and I would just want to also acknowledge who isn't here. She's attending to a family matter. Chief Maureen Logie, her niece was going to be a proxy. Got in an accident yesterday in an Uber, so they had to attend to her at the Vancouver General Hospital, and I believe they'll be. I'm not sure what her current condition is, but our prayers are with them. So certainly a difficult time as they deal with the accident, and certainly I think many of you over the last several months since I last reported out at our Special Chiefs Assembly this past March have lost loved ones or are dealing with the issues of the opioid crisis or what have you. You know, I think it's really important to acknowledge that as well, where we're at in terms of many of our families, many of our communities that are dealing with the loss. One thing I should also make mention is this medallion here. Last February, I had the opportunity to attend the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs meeting in Winnipeg. I went there with the purpose to talk to the Grand Chief about the issue of the Métis, but also on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and where they were at, and searching for the landfill of their loved ones, and the treatment of our First Nations peoples in Manitoba. And as you probably heard, sadly, about a month ago, Grand Chief Kathy Merrick passed away, and she was the one that gifted me this medallion. How appropriate it is of a bear. I'm from a place we call Sustutne people, the bear people, and certainly our prayers are with the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, as sadly she suddenly passed from an aneurysm, and she was a big advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And one of the issues that I did want to speak to her about, and also the other chiefs, was about the issues of the Métis. As you well know, here as well, we do have some issues in regards to some of the organizations that purport to have rights that are our rights as First Nations people. So it's important to protect that. Nevertheless, speaking of women's rights and advocacy, I want to recognize Louisa Hosty Jones, who is also, she's right here, she's eating, will be leaving the organization. And she's been here as long as I've been here as a regional chief, I believe at least since 2018. And certainly she has been a big voice on behalf of BCAFN, on behalf of our women here in British Columbia, as she does sit at the table at the AFN and the Women's Council. I just want to thank you for all your advocacy and the work that you have done on behalf of BCAFN. As Leah said, yeah, certainly I've been a year in my third term as a regional chief, and I think, you know, it's definitely been a year where, you know, we're doing a lot of work here in British Columbia as part of the First Nations Leadership Council, A couple of weeks ago, perhaps some of you have been in this room with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, where there's an update about where we're progressing with the provincial government in regards to implementation of the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. But what has been really taken the airspace is where we're at since September 21st, when the writ dropped, and where we're at in regards to the election cycle, the provincial election. We, as the FNLC, we did send a questionnaire out to the three parties, the NDP, the BC Conservatives, and the Green Party. And maybe this is something we can share, I'm not sure, but we did receive responses to the questionnaire from the NDP and from the Green Party. We haven't heard from the BC Conservative Party, John Rustad as leader. I did invite him to this meeting here, offer him an opportunity to speak to our delegation at the beginning of August, and he refused, or he said no. But we will have David Eby here coming to speak to you, the delegation, and perhaps we're waiting to hear back from Sonia first now. So maybe that's something we can share about the parties, their party's position. We've seen some of what has been put out there in regards to the BC Conservatives, utilizing the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act merely as a guiding principle. That isn't what we saw it as First Nations, as Indigenous peoples. We need full implementation of the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act to recognize our sovereignty, our self-determination, and our ability to make decisions for ourselves in your respective territories. Nothing less. And what the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is designed to do is recognize the minimum, and this is the thing, it's a minimum human rights standards internationally to recognize we have these rights. So if we have parties out there that just utilizing the Declaration as mere guiding principles, it certainly falls short from our expectations. On the federal side, in terms of the Declaration, our ad hoc committee in regards to the implementation of the National Action Plan, which has action plan measures, we have transitioned from an ad hoc committee to a Chiefs Committee on the Declaration. Are developing a terms of reference, and right now, in terms of action plan measures, there's approximately 178, and actually it's 181, and the federal government, according to them, is that they have 178 in process of being implemented. However, we do have some issues in regards to what exactly their plan is to implement the Declaration. That includes us as First Nations, and how we are part of those action plan measures, and the alignment of many of the policies and really, I think, legislation going to align with the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It isn't currently understood how the federal government are going to do that, but rather there's just a real ad hoc implementation, as we've seen with the legislation that is being amended in terms of borders. The CBSA, the Canadian Boreal Service Agency, are going out and are perhaps having meetings, but they're unclear as to how they're going to implement their strategy and how that includes First Nations. Likewise, the Fisheries Act is being amended. Over the next while, there is a special committee on the federal government, and what we want to better understand is how are they going to implement the Declaration to align the Federal Fisheries Act with DRIPA. So that's work that's currently happening. I'm sure there's going to be presentations to the committee and perhaps to the Senate in regards to the Fisheries Act. Also further to that, in terms of fisheries, I did have a meeting with the Deputy Minister in regards to fisheries, in regards to the transition plan of aquaculture and also the legislation as we transition from open net pen fish farming to a different regime and over the next 10 years. Certainly our issues is how is the Department of Fisheries and Oceans going to include First Nations, all those affected by the transition plan. And certainly we want to hear back from the DFO and also from Natural Resources Canada. Policing and justice, there is an expectation to have a justice strategy to be developed, an Indigenous justice strategy nationally by the end of November. And currently we're doing a lot of that work at the Assembly of First Nations, but a lot of it is coming out of British Columbia, as we do have a BC First Nations Justice Council, and a lot of that work is happening, has been happening over the last couple of years. In terms of policing, jurisdiction is still an issue in terms of transitioning from program funding to essential services funding. The real sticking point there in terms of that legislation is that the federal government wants to draw down some of the jurisdiction and some of the accountability to the provincial or territorial government. It's very similar to what we've experienced in terms of child welfare, where they want the federal government wants to include the provincial government, and we all know how that worked out in terms of child welfare. So we've been here for 2 years talking about this legislation, and this is a real sticking point. I think there needs to be somehow to get through this in terms of dealing with the jurisdiction issue. I think we could learn from the child welfare system, Bill C-92 perhaps, as we transition in terms of child welfare. And I think this is a really important matter that as we talk about policing within our First Nations communities, policing outside of our First Nation, outside of our communities, and policing in urban centers is an even bigger issue. Since August, we've seen 9 deaths across this country from the RCMP, municipal police, and provincial police forces. This is unprecedented numbers. In the past, we've seen, definitely here in British Columbia, we've seen the death of Dale Culver, a Gikson Wet'suwet'en man, Jared Lowndes from Wet'suwet'en, died at the hands of the RCMP. Everett Patrick, my cousin, died at the hands of the RCMP in Prince George from Lake Babine Nation, and other cases across this country. But certainly that high number since August is very telling in regards to policing and how police forces see our people. And as you well imagine, we have high representation in terms of the death in custody, and that is really something that we need to address nationally. And and there will be a resolution to support the inquiry into Dale Culver's death. And I really believe that perhaps maybe even more so to look at some of the other deaths in custody of our people here in British Columbia, and perhaps provide support to the families in their complaints to the police commissioner of police complaints would be another avenue to take. Environment, as you well know, it certainly is a difficult time many places around the world. This year, we're like no other year. This year wasn't an exception. Many fires across this province. We've seen Jasper burn, 30% of the community, other places evacuated. To exacerbate those issues was the continuing drought effects over the last several years. Certainly, I think it's important to have discussions in regards to climate change. And over the next while here, there is what we're part of, the Assembly of First Nation, is input into many of these international meetings, such as the Conference on Biodiversity and also the Conference of the Parties on Climate Change. Which is in Azerbaijan. I don't know how much indigenous peoples are going to be at Azerbaijan as it is in the Middle East, as we certainly see a lot of issues in regards to the ongoing war between the Israel people in Israel and also the Hamas people. Very difficult times in terms of politics and also internationally, as we see unrest in Russia and Ukraine and elsewhere. It certainly is trying times that it does affect everybody else around the world. But we still feel the effects of climate change. As we see right now, the hurricanes going through the United States, and certainly those are exacerbated by the ongoing climate change issues and makes those storms a lot worse. So we do, I believe we will have some resolution in regards to some of the climate change issues and some of the MOUs that will be signed to partner up with some organizations within the province to deal with the issues of climate change. But lastly, one of the most important things that has been a lot of discussion since the AGM in Montreal is on the final settlement agreement on child welfare. It is going to be discussed next week in Calgary. Since Montreal in July, many regions have been deliberating and talking about the final settlement agreement, the $47.8 billion. I know some of your organizations, some of your representation have looked at the agreement. We, as the FNLC, we did do a legal review with Mandel Pinder and other organizations, and we did send a letter out to the AFN in regards to what we saw as shortcomings on the agreement itself, how some of the committees, somehow the decision-making will occur that doesn't allow British Columbia to have a say. For example, there is going to be a dispute resolution committee that's going to be set up that has representation from NAN, that has 3 seats, COO, the Chiefs of Ontario, 3 seats, AFN 3 seats, and the federal government 3 seats. So this committee that has 12 seats, they don't have any representation for British Columbia. So it's things like these that we are concerned about in this room. That's just one matter. We want to make sure that the funding and the allocation of the funding is enough for the next 10 years, that on year 11, that we continue to access the funding that we need to take care of our children and making sure that discrimination ends. We don't want to take over jurisdiction and become the discriminator against our own children. So we need to be very careful. This is a very important decision. And this is why we dedicated tomorrow morning's session pretty much all morning to the final settlement agreement. We do have a resolution on that in regards to our position here in British Columbia. certainly know the Union of BC Indian Chiefs have passed a resolution in regards to the shortcomings of the final settlement agreement. I've seen another one passed by the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations in Saskatchewan that also brought forward their issues in regards to support in the final settlement agreement. One of the things that did come out, and we did discuss at the executive table about the meeting next week, was the issue of resolutions. What they came forward with from the National Chief's Office and also the Secretariat was just to have 2 resolutions considered, one to support and one to reject the agreement. I didn't think that was fair. I don't think we should limit resolutions. It sets a dangerous precedence of muzzling the chiefs. I vehemently disagreed, so they tabled it, and they are considering other resolutions for next week. If we can't come to some sort of decision, I think the only other decision to consider is to consider carry-on negotiations. Carry-on negotiations to really deal with the issues that we're bringing forward as British Columbia. And I think we also got to think about these are decisions. These are Supreme Court decisions that they can't skirt. They can't just, set aside as a government. And regardless of who's in power, whether it's the Liberals, the Conservatives, NDP, that this is a court decision that they have to live up to, and that discrimination needs to end. So it's a very important decision, and certainly I really believe nobody in this room takes lightly, and we have to be careful, and we have to make a good decision. And in light of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, we have to make an informed decision on this. So I think it's going to be an important discussion tomorrow morning, but also further to that is next week, which is online or in person in Calgary at the Convention Center. So make sure you show up, whether it's online or in person. I think, other than that, it's going to be perhaps maybe a difficult a meeting, but I think there's still hope because, what gives me hope is the last discussions we had on compensation for children that were discriminated upon. Was a compensation for children. If you recall, a few years ago, the first offer was $6 billion. It didn't address everybody that were in the class action. Went up to $15 billion, went to $20 billion. And even at $20 billion, I took the position to refuse because there were still 4 classes that were not addressed. They managed to get another 3.5 or 3.7 billion to add on to that 23, to add it up to 23.7 billion, and everybody was covered. Everybody was covered on that compensation, which will be coming out very soon to those children that were in care post 1991 to 2021 December. So that gives me hope that even when we're in disagreement, even when there's difficult times, that perhaps if we stick to our guns, that we really hold up our children and we make sure that discrimination doesn't happen again. And that's what gives me hope, because everybody was covered off in that class action, and we were able to pass a resolution for support for the agreement on compensation. After we get done with long-term reform, the next piece to address is Jordan's Principle. So on Jordan's Principle, the FNLC, we are interveners. So we will be at the table, and we will bring forward our position as British Columbia. So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you all for taking the time to come to this meeting. I certainly know you're all busy, especially in these changing times as we're in the middle of an election. We don't know what's going to happen on October 19th, but we certainly hope that the outcome is good for our First Nations here in British Columbia. And as you well imagine, over the last several months, the federal government are pretty much in election mode as well, in what I see. So I thank you all. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for coming to the meeting, and looking forward to hearing from all of you. So thank you. Masicho.
Thank you. Thank you, Regional Chief. We have the opportunity for questions or comments. Just raise your hand. Questions or comments for Regional Chief? Microphone 16, please say your name for the record.
Thanks, Jam. Justin Kane, Squila. Thanks for the update, Terry. I was just mentioning to Art, it would be nice to have a little bit of that written down. You're working on a lot of good files, and I don't know if there's come out in letters or such, but it's definitely a lot of stuff that you're working on, and definitely benefits a lot of our communities. And I'd like to hear a little more or so on some of them. And yeah, it was a good report. We have in our community in Statliam, we have the tribal police services, and essential services is something that we really need to push for, because it's still program services, and it's an agreement between Statliam, BC, and Canada. Also, when you're mentioning about the child and family, and how I remember you talking about it wasn't ever enough money for that settlement, and it's gotten up there. And when we met with Cookby Roseanne, managed to bring Cindy to Kamloops for us. And, you know, it is even mentioned then that if everything isn't agreed upon, there's still time to vote it down and continue to work on that settlement agreement, and it won't hinder the compensation that our children are entitled to. Cook's Jam.
Thank you, sir. Microphone 13, and then we'll go to Regional Chief.
Hantla, Election 1-1, and Jawan Squash, Lease Behan, Cook Bevan Slatku. Hello and good morning, everyone. Lease Behan, Chief Quarterband. I'd like to thank the councillor for the opening remarks this morning and welcome him into his house to do this very important work. Thank you for your report, Regional Chief. Just some questions around children and families in the long-term reform settlement, and I understand that there was legal review done. Was that inclusive to all the First Nations Leadership Council, or was that just through BCAFN is my first question. The second question is, I understand that there's a dinner tonight, and with the documents that were handed out to the chiefs, the 11 pages, is that going to be discussed with full recommendations to the chiefs of BC and how we move forward in regards to the settlement? Those are my questions. Cookjam, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Regional Chief for response.
Yeah, the legal review was on behalf of the FNLC. Manuel Pinder, we hired as really the representation for us on child welfare. Manuel Pinder is helping us out on not just this in terms of the final settlement agreement, but also implementing Bill C-92 and our work that we're doing as a tripartite working group on child welfare with the federal and provincial government. So we sent a letter out to many of you, the chiefs, in regards to our position. And much of that position is really codified from that legal review and the position that we're taking. So that's been shared. We could share it again. I think that really represents the position that we're taking and the shortcomings of the final settlement agreement. So the 11 pages, you'll see that really represents that legal review as well. So that's the work that we're doing right now. In terms of Chief Kane, your comments in regards to Statlium, policing, we certainly know for the last 4 years we've been working on policing to transition from program funding to essential services funding. How important that is, because some of the police forces in Ontario, First Nations police force, have taken it to court, and the AFN is intervening there as well. It is because it's very similar to child welfare, because their argument in a way is the same, that they're being discriminated upon and not accessing enough resources for policing. What we do know with many police forces across this country that are First Nations led is that it's very difficult to get police officers. It's hard to compete with municipal, provincial, RCMP, can't offer the same amount of pay, can't offer them same amount of benefits, using old equipment, a lot of old equipment that is being utilized. You know, we've heard everything. One of our reps is right here, Chief Jerry Jack, on the committee for the police task force, talking about everything that's happening. And here in British Columbia, we do have one Indigenous police force and one First Nations police force, as well as 53 or 54 tripartite agreements with the RCMP. And there too, with the RCMP. Not enough in terms of police force or police officers with those tripartite agreements. You know, it's determined, you know, if there's, and the thing is, you need 2 police officers when you go visit a site. And when you have 1.5 or 1.75 that you can pay, it's very difficult to have that representation when you go to any emergency or what have you. But I think, you know, if we could get over the issue of jurisdiction, I think it'd be a good place to be for our police forces, the ones that are led by our First Nations. But overall there too is, once again, is how our people are treated in custody. That is, you know, the high death rate, the overrepresentation and death in custody is another thing to address. And perhaps, you know, that's one thing we should deal with here in this province, as we do have a MOU with the police commissioner here in British Columbia. And through the AFN, we do have an agreement with the Chiefs Commissioner at the RCMP. So something to certainly discuss and bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Chief. I have 2 more speakers. Microphone 25.
Wait, Helen Henderson went West. Hello, everyone. Chief Helen Henderson, Chikeskan First Nation. Happy to be connecting with all of you. Cooksjam, Regional Chief, for your presentation. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak to the issue of the final settlement agreement and just put it out there to all the leadership in the room. I'll be very honest, Justin. It's a steep learning curve, and I consider myself to be an expert in the child and family realm for my community. I've been involved in the child and family realm as a child in care from birth. I've been on boards of directors for agencies. I've held portfolios through the treaty process. It's been an issue near and dear to my heart. And it's been a whirlwind of finding relevant information to help me wrap my mind around what's actually being presented to us. And I consider myself to be a learned person. And if I am confused about the document and the version of the document and all these legal reviews that are happening across the province, I can imagine the confusion provincially in all of our territories on what this agreement actually means for us moving forward. And if we look back, we know what the truth is. We have that history of discrimination and racism in the field already, and this is to address all of it. And the issue that I can't see past is the lost generation of Chmemalt, Tutuut Esquaceltant, that we have in our urban areas that have survived without any type of supports through these transfer agreements that happen between the federal government and the province. We have lost generations of families that had to make it without any types of supports. And we haven't solved that yet. And yet we're being asked to vote on a major decision that impacts Turtle Island. $4.5 billion a year is spent on the program. Do the math on when that money is going to run out. And they've been administrating that program since 1989. Again, do the math on how much has been spent since 1989. It doesn't come close to $47 billion. Those are the simple formulas that I have to look at in my own mind. Because as Gukbi, I have to look at those 7 generations down the road. And is this going to be enough? Reform. And my heart is telling me no. And at the end of the day, we haven't met FPIC ourselves. We can't do that to our own people. So major amendments need to happen because we're still pulling information out of the air, regional chief. All the siloed information on the FSA, trying to wrap our minds around what it actually means. And if we can't connect what those clauses say to community and how it's going to impact on the ground, then we're not ready. That's the major concern that I have. Cooksjam.
Thank you, Chief Helen. We'd like to move to Chief Jerry at microphone 19.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clakwagela, Chief Jerry Jack, Mojit Muchlet. Thank you for your presentation. I just had a question about policing. I was wondering your thoughts on inviting the commanding officer of E Division, Dwayne McDonald, to one of our meetings here to listen and to look at the faces of the people that they affect. Because when I hear stories about how people are treated and people die in the hands of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, it makes me ashamed. I was part of that organization for so long. I recently met with him in Gold River because he was there for the grand opening of our new detachment. And I'm going to, if it's okay, I'd like to invite him to one of these meetings sometime. If not, if we're not ready for it, that's totally fine too. But I think it's important because it'll be more important for him to see the look on our people's faces in person rather than a superintendent or an inspector making a report to him. That's just my comment and question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Back to Regional Chief.
Yeah, more than happy to, if they are available to come to this meeting and answer some questions. certainly I'm open to that, and that would be very helpful for our room and for our chiefs to get to have a relationship and a better understanding. Chief Helen, yeah, the final settlement agreement is over 100 pages. A lot of legalese positions, commentary in that document to understand. If you haven't had a look at it, I had to really get at definitions on some of what was being committed to. And this is why we had Amanda Pinder review the document itself. Here in British Columbia, we have any number of delegated agencies, but we also have many communities, approximately 80 plus communities that are non-delegated. So what about those communities? You know, one of the things here in this room that you know, something I worry about is the communities that are smaller, that perhaps aren't part of a delegated agency or tribal council, or don't have more access to resources and or capacity. What about those communities? I think we need to collectively in this room also represent those communities to make sure that they are kept whole and that they are properly represented, because we'd hate to see them go without and to see that they get discriminated upon in regards to taking care of their own children. So I think you're exactly right. I mean, understanding this agreement and making sure that it doesn't you know, discriminate against our children, or that we become the discriminators. It's a very important decision. It is one of the biggest settlement agreements in Canadian history, but at the same time, we've got to make sure that there's enough resources there to take care of our own children. And certainly at the Shuswap Tribal Council meeting that I attended to, as well as National Chief, in regards to the FSA, we did hear from the position from the AFN, but also certainly from what we gathered as the FNLC and as BCAFN, we do have some issues, as you are well aware. And including the one clause, 309 or 319, I forget the clause that states in there. One of the things I said, why is this in here, where the people who are a party to the agreement, CUN and AFN, have to hold up this agreement, that they have to, that their position within that agreement is that, you know, they have to hold up this agreement and promote this agreement, that it's a good agreement. That has to be taken out. The agreement itself should be enough. If it's a good agreement, it should hold up on its own. That clause should be taken out. That was one of the first things, you know, that was said at the AFN AGM, and many of our people continue to say that. So I think, you know, there's a lot to discuss here and to disseminate in terms of that agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Any additional questions or comments? Microphone 25, Chief Helen.
Cooks Jejim, I really appreciate the response, and I'd be, again, remiss if I just didn't share my experience of, you know, the questions that pop up in my mind. And I'm a process-minded person and a title and rights holder that makes collective decisions on behalf of our community. So I always question the process, and I always question structure and how this lands on the ground for us. As title and rights holders, who makes, at the end of the day, who makes the decision? They're counting on us to make those decisions as title and rights holders. But if we weren't involved in the process itself, then there's something broken. And we have to question, I'm forced to question the structures that are currently in place that allow these types of scenarios to happen, where we're expected to make major decisions, but all of the information is dropped on us a couple of months before the decision. There's no time for FPIC, and there's some serious concerns about some clauses in there where the parties have to endorse the agreement, where it's so much so that, trust is an issue, process, being able to follow an A to Z process is impossible for me as Gukbi to try to get this in front of our members so that I can go informed next week. But because FPEC hasn't been met, I know what my decision has to be, because it's going to be my members that hold me to the account to the governing structures that we have before us. And we have to understand how these structures impact our decisions and vice versa. Kuksjam.
Thank you, Chief Helen. Our last question or comment will be at microphone 21. Chief Shanna?
Haishka, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the welcome that we received, and thank you, Regional Chief, for the report. Entapak Khalawatsad, Shanna Thomas, recently asked to take up hereditary chieftainship responsibilities for my community of Laixon. Many of you know Pahalikton, who served for 30 years as hereditary chief of our community. Laixon has a hybrid governance structure, so we have a hereditary chief and an elected council, and that's our structure. Just a few things. One, I'm really looking forward to getting into the discussion around the agreement later in the agenda, where we'll have more speakers and more information. Just very cognizant of the fact that we're heading into a federal election, which will probably see a less collaborative government in place federally, and that's something that plays in the back of my mind, as well as what we're going through in the provincial election, and all polls are indicating that things may not turn out the way that we had hoped. Just want to again acknowledge the work that the BCAFN has done on economic development in the Black Book. If anyone has not taken a look at that, I highly encourage it. We are going to be using that in our work at home, and just wanted to take this as my first opportunity in this role to acknowledge the work that your office has done and your administration has done to support communities in that effort, and I look forward to that discussion as well later in the agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Back to Regional Chief.
Yeah, thank you. I knew what you were going to talk. No, I'm just kidding. Really good to see you in your territory at the opening of the Healing Center. Just reminded of, it's the first of 8 that are going to be open across this province. There will be one in where I'm from, Carrie-Sakani, with Saika's territory. I know one just broke ground in Tanaha, perhaps, just recently, and elsewhere. Something that we really need to deal with the mental health addictions, the opioid crisis. Really good to see Palakton did attend his recognition of his 30 years in office. In terms of, certainly we have to be cognizant of the parties federally that are at hand, and we all look at the polls, and the Liberal current sitting government, the Liberal federal government are doing very well, and certainly this rise of conservatism is really going over Canada. We're seeing it in the United States, we're seeing it here in British Columbia. What I do understand is if you look at John Rustad's platform, Common Sense British Columbia, and you see Polyev Common Sense Canada, it's the same PR firm. It's the same PR firm that are helping out these two entities in their politics. But we certainly need to be cognizant that there has been, I believe, at least 2 confidence votes in regards to the Liberal government. Certainly the Conservatives didn't get the support that they need to get an election going, but there's going to be more confidence votes coming down the line over the next year. And if they all fail, we'll be in election this time next year. In terms of economic development, we do have Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling here as part of the Center of Excellence to augment the Black Books. So certainly that is another resource for yourself, Shanna, and for all of you in this room to gain some support. And that was the whole purpose, was to get some resources and some capacity for your communities. Chief Helen, in your experience in regards to child welfare, certainly, going and attending the meetings in regards to the final settlement agreement. And I know we do have a resolution that is going to be moved or seconded by yourself, is the process. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, speaking of process, myself as Regional Chief for British Columbia, Regional Chief of Yukon, Kluane Adamak, Regional Chief Bobby Cameron of Saskatchewan, Regional Chief Jocelyn Picard of Quebec, and Regional Chief of New Brunswick, Joanna Bernard. Collectively, 5 of us sent a letter to the AFN speaking about process. We had many concerns about the current process, about how negotiations was happening. When you received the final settlement agreement at the AGM in Montreal, that's the first time we saw it as well as the executive. And nowhere in that whole time where negotiations have been happening over the last several years were we ever given updates or we were ever included to bring forward our positions. So that there's a real problem there when it's really left into the legal hands, nor is there proper representation in regards to regions and or experts. So I think it's really important. And we also got to remember, speaking of our region, BC, we like the Yukon and like New Brunswick, we didn't get any of the prevention fundings that all the other regions received, not until 2018. So 2018 on, we have been receiving prevention funding from the federal government, but before that, we didn't. So there are regions that are ahead of us because they received prevention fundings from, I believe, around 2006-07 up to 2018. We didn't receive that. So that's another concern that should be addressed in this final settlement agreement, is to make us whole, I believe. And I think it's really important that how decisions are made, free, prior, informed consent. Which brings up the issue next week. If it does come to a vote, what is required, I believe, and I'm looking to you, Maureen, 60%? Any resolution passing? Yeah, so it needs 60% if they want support for this support for the final settlement agreement going ahead is really what they need. But I think what we need in terms of, there are going to be considering 8 resolutions at this meeting next week, and I think we really need to carry on with negotiations to deal with, if our issues aren't dealt with by next week, then we need to carry on negotiations. If you recall, and just a reminder, and to those of you that weren't there in Montreal, what we tried to do was to provide enough time for the chiefs to make a decision. We said, and this was one of the things I was pushing for, why don't we make a decision in December in Ottawa? That would have provided all these months, and then perhaps maybe December we can make a decision. But the Secretariat and the National Chief really wanted to bring this forward. I think one of the motivating factors was exactly what you talked about, Shanna, is this issue of this pending election, and perhaps maybe this federal government will fall and will be in election mode. And all indications it will be a conservative government. So where does that leave this? Where does that leave us? So I don't know, we're in a very precarious, difficult position right now. I understand that. I don't think we'll be able to make a decision next week. I think we should be carrying on. I think maybe the best scenario is to try to make a decision by December, which is give us more time to negotiate and perhaps deal with many of the issues that are outstanding from British Columbia, from Saskatchewan, from Yukon, and from some of the other regions that brought forward their issues. And perhaps maybe the best way to do it is to perhaps make a decision by December. And even if we do get there, oh yeah, this is the other thing you should be reminded of, is that 3 weeks ago, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal met and reviewed the agreement and asked those that are part of this CHRT, including Child and Family Caring Society, Cindy Blackstock's office. They want to know if discrimination has ended. And I'm not sure when we're going to hear back from their findings. Last time it took at least 3 or 4 months. But even if we do get to a place where we agree and we're okay with an agreement, it still has to meet the CHRT and what, making sure that discrimination ends. So that's the other piece to this that you need to know. So I know there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot to consider. It is a massive and big decision. It's not just British Columbia, it's across this country. We can't take this lightly, so a lot to consider. I think I'm finished here. Okay, thank you.
All right, delegates, we have quorum. So we're going to go back to the start of our agenda and review and adopt the agenda. While we've heard the address and welcome from Regional Chief, we'll also hear updates from the BCAFN Board of Directors, also from the acclaimed Board of Directors. We'll hear from the outgoing BCAFN Women's Representative, Louisa, will join us. We'll hear an address from Aureen Askew from the BCAFN 2SL GBTQIA representative, and then we'll have a resolution. We also will need a resolution to adopt the agenda right after we review. Address from the BCAFN Female Youth Rep, financial update. We'll have 2 resolutions regarding the financial statements. You'll have lunch here this afternoon. First Nations early learning and childcare. We'll hear about climate change, cannabis, a resolution there, cannabis governance and jurisdiction. There'll be a resolution with that discussion. We'll also have hear about the election procedures. There will be an all candidates forum. You are electing a BCAFN women's representative tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be adjourning at 4:15, and tomorrow there will be an election for the BCAFN male and women's representative, and voting will be from 10 until 1 tomorrow. Voting will be conducted online or by telephone during the AGM for all those of you who are online. And if you have any questions, Ron LaFleur will be here to give us the update, and then we have an email and a telephone number for you to call if you're online and would like to speak with him. Tomorrow, we'll hear about the Children and Families Long-Term Reform Settlement Agreement. That's been the subject of great discussion already this morning. So we'll hear from Cindy Blackstock, Mary T.G., and from the lawyers. There'll be a resolution there. We'll hear about the Jordan's Principal non-compliance motion as well. And National Chief Cindy Woodhouse will join us tomorrow morning, and we'll continue on with Children and Families and hear from the Assistant Deputy Minister. Lunch again here, and by the end of lunch, we will have the results from the election. Ron LaFleur will join us again. We'll have an address by the elected BCAFN Women's Rep. We'll see Minister Virani on the Zoom tomorrow afternoon. We will have an honoring ceremony for the outgoing board member and the elected representatives, Chief Linda Price and Louisa Houston-Jones. We'll hear about the justice portfolio from Cliff White. There'll be a resolution there as well. And we'll also hear about the climate change, First Nation climate leadership agenda. Dan George will be joining us via Zoom. And Premier David Eby will be joining us tomorrow afternoon. Our last day on October 10th, we'll be talking about the border mobility federal legislation and have a couple of government representatives speaking to you. There'll be a resolution there. We'll hear an update on the water legislation, and there will be a resolution there as well. And we'll have an update from First Nations Combating Métis Colonialism in BC working group, and we'll hear from some of the chiefs and political reps that are on that working group. Regional Chief and Sarah will be talking about the BCAFN Economic Development Strategy. There'll be resolutions there. We'll hear from Harlan on the Center of Excellence, and we'll have resolutions and resolutions and resolutions. Then you'll have closing remarks from Regional Chief. That's your agenda as it stands. Do I have a mover? Looking for a mover. Microphone 21.
So moved.
Name for the record, please, Chief.
Sorry. Elaine Moore, Chief Councillor, Nishkat Village of Gitwinsilk.
Chief Elaine Moore, Gitwinsiu. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Microphone 22.
Chief Valerie Ascotti, Prophet River First Nation.
Thank you, Chief. Prophet River. Any discussion? Any discussion? I can't see anyone online, so can you let me know if we have any questions from the online? No, we don't. Did I hear a question? Oh, sorry, Chief Lee, microphone 13.
When we have presentations done to us, what I don't see is a time limit. Are we going to be able to make sure we go through the entire list of chiefs when there's questions put forward? Because I know in the past we've been cut off.
Yes, we will. I promise you, I will not cut you off.
I want that in writing.
I can't give that to you in writing, sir. You'll just have to take my word.
Okay.
All right. So if you sit here until 5 o'clock, I mean, it's all your choice. There you go. All right. I have heard no one speaking against the resolution. Chief Spahan, you weren't speaking against the resolution. Thank you. Thank you. No one speaking against this resolution is accepted with your consensus. And with that, we'd like to move to the update from the BCAFN Board of Directors. Where's Brian? Oh, Cookby Roseanne.
All right. So, Waikok Waiatip, hello everyone. Lasweektelman Pientasik. It is so good to see all of you here today and it is great pleasure that I get to provide a board report to all of you that are in attendance, but also who joined us virtually. And that's on behalf of our board of directors, Chief Linda Price, Chief Brian Asu, Chief Maureen Luigi, who our positive thoughts are with her and her family right now, and also Chief Jerry Jack. Definitely honored to be here on these beautiful unceded ancestral lands of the Musqueam where we are gathered. And thank you also for being this host community and also for welcoming us this morning. And I really appreciate the kind words from Councillor Brett Sparrow. So for those who don't know me, I'm a very proud mother, grandmother, a wife, a pet owner of a crazy Jack Russell, and also a sibling, one of 9. And so I have also have, my Kalmuk name is Tukwales Tanukswansk, which means Golden Day woman, and also been gifted Nipotooth. And that was presented to me by Chief Jerry Jack of Mawachet Muchlat First Nation. And so very honored to have received that back in 2022. I've been politically representing my community for the last 15 years, and 9 years as a councillor and 6 years as Cookbee and Chief. My matriarch lineage is Schwapmuch, and my paternal is Seelks. And yes, we've heard a lot about elections, and also my community is also going through an election as well. And I know that being in leadership is definitely not easy, but you also have to always be in it for the right reasons and to always be leading by example, but also supporting your people and advancing things and issues that matter to your people. And today we heard a lot of some of those things that are being advanced through the BCAFN, through our BC Regional Chief, through his greetings this morning. And so currently I'm the Cookbee for the Kamloops and also the elected tribal chief for the Shuswap Nation Tribal Council, and representing 9 First Nation communities throughout Shwapmagulu, and also a second-term acclaimed board of director with the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations. On behalf of the BCAFN Board of Directors, we are pleased to be here with all of you. This is the 21st Annual General AGM with the Chiefs and Assembly, who have joined in person, but also that have joined us virtually. As Board of Directors, we continue to ensure that the resolutions and the mandates that are provided by our membership from our previous AGM and also the Special Chiefs Assemblies are carried out in alignment with the Regional Chiefs mandate, vision, and values of our society. But also, like Chief Spahan, had mentioned, it was also taking that time to have that dialogue. And to me, I think that's extremely important because it comes to being able to advance those and, be unified on those steps and processes. So as with most societies and our community's electoral processes, our governance structure is always continuously changing. Per our governance requirements, as you've heard, there's been a nomination notice that was also distributed. So we're going through that process for the election of 2 directors and the women's representative. And as of the deadline, there was only 2 applications to the director's positions. So the board would like to take a moment and acknowledge and welcome the acclamation of the following for the 2 3-year term positions. So please join me in welcoming Chief Jerry Jack of Mawachet First Nation and also Chief Donald Sam, and just congratulations to you. And we welcome back Chief Jerry, and we're looking forward to working with Chief Donald as well. There's definitely not a shortage of work at the board of director level. There's so many different areas that we do to support our regional chief, and and again, we can't do that without the amazing staff also of the BCAFN. We also want to take this moment to acknowledge outgoing board member Chief Linda Price of Algacho First Nation, and as well as outgoing women's representative Louisa Hasty-Jones. So let's just give them a very warm welcome of gratitude and appreciation and give them some love and know that they're not going to be very far from us. We really thank them for their hard work, but their dedication to the BC Assembly of First Nations. And we just wish nothing but the best for them for whatever the future holds and whatever they do. We know that our paths will always be crossing, and that, their leadership is going to be, bringing them back, to the various tables, but also the friendship as well that was built along the way. And so really, Cook's Jam, Cook's Jam. We also look forward to honoring them as an expression of appreciation for their commitments as well, and that'll be happening later on in the agenda, as was shared by our chair. And the board would also like to wish the best of luck to the two women's representative candidates. Valerie Ascotti from the Prophet River First Nation and Cheryl Rule of the Coldwater First Nation. Since the last time we met at the Special Chiefs Assembly this spring, we have continued to move forward on a number of very important files. As Regional Chief TG's comments in the annual report, he made clear that this year we are finally seeing justice for our children. We know from the dialogue that we've had, those are like a lot more due diligence is going to be taking place. We know that. But we also have to acknowledge that, there was a secured commitment from the federal government for $47.8 billion to fix broken child and family services across the country. We will be seeing many of you, like what was stated in Calgary, and we know that there is so much due diligence, and many of our chiefs are working with their communities. They have to work with their communities and their nations to determine the fairness, but also what that settlement means and what it means to your children on and off reserve. Since we met last March, there has been continued movement regarding the draft agreement for the long-term reform of the First Nations child and family services. So this important issue needs us. It needs all of us. And it needs all those that are not here with us as well. And it needs to ensure that the needs of our children, but also our families who have been affected, are met. We know that this is leading and has led and has put us all in some very difficult discussions. And we need to have those. So we really have to, have that with an open heart, open mind, open thought, but also for who it's going to be impacting. So our primary focus is to ensure that this issue is able to be discussed by the Chiefs Assembly, and all information is provided for our First Nations to make that informed decision when this is decided upon at the BCAFN Special Assembly in Calgary. And with that, I also, appreciate that our National Chief will also be here and, for an address and to provide information to all of us, because we know that it's extremely important to have all the information to make that decision. Also to acknowledge that this is a significant milestone and that we should take a pause and see how far we've come. We are seeing some justice for our children. We are going to be the ones that are making those decisions and having those conversations, but also being that pillar of change. So I just wanted to reiterate that, how historical that is, but also how we're moving forward. And it's a good way to be moving forward because we have something to work with moving forward. A couple of noteworthy honorable mentions, and I just want to say hands up to our leaders that there is real change through action. This year marks 10 years since the Chilcotin title case at the Supreme Court. That's another victory that our nations here in BC should take a moment to celebrate. And of course, since the last time that we met, the Haida have secured title over their lands in a powerful assertion of their sovereignty. So to me, that is another huge, huge win. And, but I also want to, just say, but note that along the way, we still have so much more work to do. I so want to acknowledge those leaders that made those changes, for all of us, but there is still lots more work. Our communities are being hit right now hardest by climate change, and we've seen that. We've seen our chiefs come to the BC Assembly of First Nations, we've seen them to UBCIC, the AFN, but the impact of the climate change is what it's had. And, I know that the BCAFN has spearheaded a series of climate leadership sessions across the province that we can begin to make our own decisions addressing that threat. Also this year, the First Nations Leadership Council has begun pushing for a public inquiry into the corruption of justice in the deaths of Dale Culver and also Jared Lowndes. So to me, that's something that, we have to be those voices, and I really put my hands up to our regional chief for, taking those steps and advancing that moving forward. So politically, it has also been shared that we're also seeing threats to gains that we've already made. And, and again, we've made so many strides, but we've seen that we're in the midst of that provincial election in BC, and we need to ensure that no party repeals the Declaration Act, and that it took many years of hard work to put that in place. We need to uphold that. It is about our free, prior, and informed consent. It is about the collaboration, the co-management, and having our voices at the table, and that decisions aren't made for us, but we're making them at that table. So we need to stand up for our rights to make decisions about our lands, but also our lives. That Declaration Act is an important step towards that. The BCAFN continues to work with our provincial partners, the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, to address the issues to government officials and demand change. All of our communities continue to experience losses from the opioid crisis. It is very heartbreaking to see so many lives lost and little being done by governments to effectively address those losses. All of our families have been infected. We can all say that. And, just for an example, how many of you here in attendance have had your family impacted by the opioid crisis? We could see that right around the room, all around, and even behind. Our people continues to struggle with historical trauma, which has placed them in vulnerable positions. We all know too well the impacts of the Indian residential school, and we're all on that journey towards healing, but also hope, and for some, it will be justice. And we're going to continue to see housing insecurity in urban centers throughout the province, which leaves people further marginalized, and this all needs to change. In all our communities, our hometowns, we see the unhoused, and and it's painful to see, but we all need to be doing something to support our people. So as we're facing provincial and federal elections, choices are also going to be made to elect those that place those as priorities. So we as a board hope to see change that helps us to help those in need. Communities, members, please reach out to them. Let them know that they do got to vote. We all can make a difference and need more positive outcomes. During this AGM, these issues will also be brought forward over the next 3 days, but I also look forward to participating in discussions with you here in our Assembly and with those that are coming to do presentations, and to continue resolving and towards fighting for our people, fighting for our rights. As before, we will continue to move forward together. I thank you to all the chiefs in Assembly in person and virtually for providing us with this opportunity to work on your behalf with our Regional Chief Terry Teegee and the staff of BCAFN. We remain committed to addressing the difficult issues facing our communities. And we will work to ensure that issues are also brought forward and to the forefront to initiate positive change for our communities and our members. That means the honor of one is the honor of all in Shwetmukshgeen, is the wisdom that we all must embody and embrace. Cookstack Cook in Shwetmukshgeen, and we thank you all. And that's the report on behalf of the BCAFN Board of Directors. Cooks Jam, Cooks Jam, Cooks Jam, and thank you, Chair.
I'll just check to see if there are any questions or comments.
Sure.
Thank you, Cookbee Roseanne. Any questions or comments for Board of Director Cookbee Roseanne? Well, it's unanimous. Very good report. Let's give her a round of applause, shall we?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again to Cookbee Roseanne. We'd like also to give the opportunity to speak to Chief Jerry Jack, one of the acclaimed Board of Directors, and Chief Don Sam. Shall I just call on you at your microphone, or would you like to join us up here? Okay, he's going to come up here looking to, okay, Chief Don Sam will come up here as well. Do you want to say anything to welcome them, or? No? You want to stand here or go there? Stand here. Okay. Too shy to stand up here. We'll go to microphone 1, Chief Jerry Jack, Mawachat Muchalat, First Nation.
Yeah, good. Gala Kessler. My name is Clark O'Gala. I come from the House of Zisot in Mochit Muchla Territory, Gold River on the west coast of Vancouver Island. Explain my name. My name comes from my relatives down there and from Nimgish, from the Alfred family. A long time ago, my great-great-grandfather married an Alfred lady from Millard Bay, and that's where I get my ties from. And I just want to, I forget who all my nominators were. I know Victor was one for getting back on a board of directors for the BC Assembly of First Nations. And on behalf of myself and the whole Mochit Muchlet First Nation, I want to thank each and every one of you here and online for all the work that we do for our nations. Because when I go back home, I always say, you know, what we did this and this, you know, the AFN is working really hard for us. And I'm really proud to be a board member. For 2 years, I called myself Phil because I was only a fill-in. So now I got a 3-year term this time, which I'm pretty happy about. And I want to welcome aboard our new board member, Don. Is looking forward to working with him, and best of luck to Chief Price and Louisa. You both will be missed. I enjoy our talks. I'm sure we'll have a lot more. But it is a bit of work at times, but I enjoy it. I enjoy being on the board. I enjoy everything about it. I'm thankful for those who encouraged me to do this in the first place. I was nervous because, you know, I was just starting. You know, I've had my chieftainship since the year 2000. My dad had a 2-day ceremony to hand his chieftainship to me. And I was basically brought up my whole life. My parents and my grandparents always talked to me about how I'm supposed to be, how I'm supposed to act. This is your role as a chief in your community. And sometimes I didn't want to listen, but I had to, you know, because of the responsibility, because we don't take it lightly back home where we come from. You know, I have a lot more to say, but I just want to share something with you, if I could, that's happening. I'll take some time out of my thank you speech for this, and I think it's really important. On September 24th, the Muchit Muchlet First Nation put in a title claim with courts. The Muchit Muchlet First Nation has taken steps to proceed with its Aboriginal title and claim to its territory. Last week, MMFN filed a notice of intention to proceed with its title claim with the BC Supreme Court. This means that a month from now, MMFN can take steps to move forward with its title and claim to protect and enforce MMFN title and exclusive ownership of its territory. Where I come from, we have 866,000 square hectares of land. It's the largest land mass in the Toronto territory, from what I've been told. MFN, to its rightful owners, the rightful owners are the 14 principal chiefs of Muchit. There's Muchlet chiefs. We call it Hahutli in our language. This case is grounded on Muchit Muchlet law. Muchit Muchlet peoples exclusively occupied lands, waters, southern Nootka Island, Tassis, Inlet, Lopanda Inlet, Nootka Sound, Muchlet Inlet, Gold River, Muchlet River, East Buttle Lake prior to 1846, when the British Crown asserted sovereignty over MMFN lands. While we shouldn't have had to do this, we know these facts are true. We intend to prove our exclusive occupation in court. I get really angry when I think about in 1778, Captain Cook was the first white man to land in the province of British Columbia, and he landed on my beach. And we owned that land before he got here. And now I got to go to court and prove it. I think it's wrong. I just don't get it. The territory was owned by Muchit Muchlet chiefs and Hahotli. We had permanent villages, harvested cedar bark, culturally modified trees to build our houses and canoes, hunted, trapped, and fished all throughout our territory. British Columbia forestry companies have extracted billions of dollars from our territory through forestry without MMFN consent, destroying large parts of our territory and removing old growth trees which bore evidence of our use and occupation of the land. Muchit Muchlet First Nations title case is about being compensation for BC's wrongful taking of our forests without consent, protecting and restoring our land, and restoring our traditional governance and stewardship of our lands and waters. MFN probably takes this significant step and looks forward to making further announcements in the coming months. That's what we are doing at home. We aren't in the treaty process. And I'm really proud that our nation, our chiefs, our hereditary chiefs, instructed our lawyers to go ahead with this, and I'm looking forward to, taking ownership of what's rightfully ours. And I just want to thank Regional Chief TG for having faith in me, for allowing me to be part of his board for the last few years, and I look forward to the next 3. And I know I've taken up a little bit of time, but I just had to share what's going on in our nation as far as title and rights, because I think it's important to all of us. Kleko, kleko.
Thank you, Chief Jerry. Now on to Chief Don Sam, microphone 2, please.
Kiso Kyukiet, Kapinesket, Usukit Kukni now send me it ki Wache Tchanin, Kapinesket. Thank you, Councillor Brett and the Musqueam for welcoming and allowing us to do our business here today. Ukaklek Talu, Ukakikache Kisknuk, Usukit Kukni now send me it ki. My name is Chief Donald Sam from the Akiskalik First Nation, and I'm honored to be acclaimed to sit with such great minds. And I thought, how am I supposed to speak after Roseanne and Jerry and Terry? But I'll give it I'll wing it. I want to acknowledge the people that nominated me, who had the confidence in me. Chief Heidi Gravel, Chief Dan Manuel just joined us, Chief Joe Pierre, and Chief Jason Louis. So thank you for that, for helping to get me here. And I want to acknowledge all of you, Chief leadership, for the work that you do day in and day out for Smucknock, for the people. Some of the issues that we've already heard of in the updates, they do affect us all. We're all affected by these issues. And so I see the BCAFN and these organizations as an opportunity for us to come together to create an environment, provide some tools so that we're back home. When we're back home, we're able to address the issues. We've got tools in our hands that we're able to tackle some of these issues as the rights holders, as the architects of our own self-determination. The ultimate goal of positively affecting the quality of life for our people back home, leading to that security of our identities, our languages, our cultures. So, looking forward to the 3 years working with the board and working with everybody here. I know Jerry was one of the first people that I got to meet when I started coming to these meetings, and I've got to visit with many of you, having some frank conversations, so that we're all lifting each other up. Hi, Husukachkukne.
Thank you, gentlemen, and welcome to the board. They will be available to you should you wish to chat with them or ask a question. Like, just again to say welcome to the board, and we look forward to seeing more good work from both of you. We would like to call upon our dear friend who has often felt like our sister, Louisa Houston-Jones. Would you please join us to give us your address as an outgoing BCAFN female rep, women's representative.
Good morning, chiefs, leaders, elders, knowledge keepers, community members, and special guests. My traditional name is Umklux. My English name is Louisa Houston-Jones. I am from the Helsik Nation. I serve on elected council. I am currently still the BCAFN Women's Representative. Thank you to BCAFN's knowledge keepers for your opening words this morning. I am super grateful to be joining this meeting from the ancestral, traditional, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. I would like to acknowledge the regional chief, the BCAFN board, my fellow elected representatives, and BCAFN staff for their continuous support. I'd just like to begin with sharing my vision and reflecting on my time as the BCAFN Women's Representative. Like Terry mentioned, I have been here since 2018. I began my journey with the goal to build wellness within the First Nations communities so that women and the 2S LGBTQIA+ people are honored, empowered, in a sustained way. I am passionate about the wellness and leadership of women and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, and I am honored to have worked for safety, justice, equity for First Nations women and 2S LGBTQIA peoples. This year was my final term as a BCAFN women's representative, as I decided not to seek re-election as a BCAFN women's representative. However, I will continue to evolve and move into new spaces, but with the goal of continuing to uplift wellness and leadership for women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples. I am very grateful to have been a part of this important shift in how BCAFN approaches gender justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion to representing BC within the national advocacy at the AFN Women's Council. In my first term, I facilitated the creation of the Helsick Women's Declaration. I supported 120% the creation of our Manuyaks Council, our Women's Council of my nation. I organized the Helsick community to participate in the national inquiry, teaching cultural practices, and work directly with people in nonprofits to meet a range of cultural and mental wellness needs. As I grew into my role as a BCAFN women's representative, I have been able to provide leadership and direction for the annual BCAFN Women's and 2S LGBTQIA+ dialogue sessions since 2018. The sessions have informed and focused on action, gender justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion of these 5 aspects of important creating safe spaces for women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people with their communities and homes. Most recently, I uplifted the development of the BCAFN First Nations Gender-Based Analysis Plus Toolkit, titled All My Relations Plus Transforming FNGBA Plus. This work is imperative as there is an increasing need for 2S LGBTQIA+ representation and support for First Nations across BC. I also supported the development and contributed to BCAFN's First Nations Gender Equality Strategic Action Plan. This work started when I first became the BCAFN representative, and within this strategy are voices of many First Nations women across BC. I am proud that it has been completed in a good way and will help us guide the future for gender equity work by the next BCAFN women's representative. As a result of the Resolution 01-2024 support for BCAFN to implement the First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Plan, BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative Orion and I have moved forward with leadership and direction on developing a work plan that outlined how we will be implementing the action plan. Currently, we are working to secure funding for new initiatives and activities related to the action plan. To echo the words of many, there is more to be done to support women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ victims and survivors of crime, as well as their families. BCAFN received endorsement from the Chiefs in Assembly via Resolution 02-2023 call for MMIWG 2S+ legislation. BCAFN belongs to an informal working group focused on this issue along with the Downtown East Side Women's Center, British Columbia Civil Liberties Association, UBCIC, and BC Natives Association. The working group continues to work with the creators of the grassroots MMIWG 2S Plus database Midnight Order. We have begun preliminary work. This includes research along with engagement to gain support and recommendation, as well as drafting a discussion paper on the need for a national MMIWG database. The working group is hopeful that this work will be useful and pointing to the gaps, barriers, challenges, and recommendations going forth. In addition to the working group is conducting an environmental scan of gaps, strengths, and existing legislative and policy framework, and furthermore analysis exploring legislative mechanisms that could add teeth to the federal government responsibilities and support coordination and standard among jurisdictions. This work is also in alignment with BC Chief's support for the national inquiry into the MMIWG 2S Plus calls for justice, as well as engagement with family survivors hosted by BCAFN to support the development of the National Action Plan to implement the calls for justice. I am grateful to have represented the BC region at the national level with the AFN Women's Council since 2018. While on the council, I was a part of the development of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ People National Action Plan, and I also supported the 4 engagement process of implementation for the calls for justice in BC in collaboration with the AFN Women's Council. Most recently, our work on the council includes updating the AFN's council strategic plan and working to gain support for Bill S-250. Ongoing work with the action plan reflects the council's dedication to ensure we have clear goals and objectives when it comes to establishing gender balanced perspective within the First Nations communities and with all entities dealing with First Nations to honor the rights and aspirations of First Nations women. To conclude, I'm super emotional. But I feel so empowered. To include, I like to acknowledge how rewarding it has been to serve as the BCAFN Women's Representative. But I also want to reflect on the many challenges over the past year. As I transition from my role, I further acknowledge the outgoing work ahead and the wisdom and the love. I pass the torch of continued advocacy to the incoming BCAFN Women's Representative. Like Cheryl mentioned, real change, action must happen. I would now like to invite Aureen. And I would like to acknowledge the board, BCAFN board, for absolutely everything. Their support. And I would just like to encourage the next candidate, successful candidate, to push for the change, push for equality. Because as women, it's a struggle. We must stand strong together and continue to push for that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Louisa. I'm sure Louisa will be around for the next day or so if you would like to personally go and shake her hand and thank her for the work that she has done. I'm sure she would be open to that. I would like to thank her for sharing so openly with all of you. Thank her for the bravery that it took to stand here and do the work that she did. And I join her in wishing the incoming successful candidate well and offer support as well. So I think we should give her another round of applause. You will note that you're not getting a coffee break. We started kind of late. You're welcome to go and have get coffee or drinks, or I see there's fruit on the table in the back. And next, I'd like to invite Maureen Askew, one of our nieces from Squamish Nation, who is the BCAFN 2SL GBTQQIA+ representative. And she's also known as DJO. Welcoming Maureen to the podium.
Good morning, chiefs, leadership, elders, and knowledge keepers, community members, and special guests. I'm grateful to be joining this meeting from the ancestral, traditional, unceded territory of the Musqueam people, our relatives. Hot Squile Tanoya, Skohomish Aslahan Okomeo, Oreen Askew, Queen Sna, Chinwa DJ Osho, Tamalia Queen Kushamin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oreen Askew, also known as DJ Osho. My ancestral name is Tamalia. I'm Afro-Indigenous from the Squamish Nation. And I would like to acknowledge the regional chief, who is an incredible singer. I heard him sing last night at the Indigenous Business Awards, and I was just saying we should definitely collaborate on my next album. I'd like to thank the BCAFN Board of Directors, my fellow elected representatives, and BCAFN staff, who are incredible, for the good work that each of you do. So Chenman Kunmantomiya to Louisa for your dedication and advocacy as BCAFN's women's representative throughout the years. This morning, I will be sharing about my work as a BCAFN 2SLGBTQQIA+ representative and some of the key issues I believe that we as leadership need to prioritize. As an Afro-Indigenous and Two-Spirit person, there's a lot going on in this body. I have always wanted to create a safe space and connection with community and culture for 2SLGBTQQIA+ community and First Nations people in all of their diversity. This position allows for me to do just that, and I'm grateful to be able to do this work. My priorities include supporting the advocacy and voices of 2SLGBTQQIA+ people through engagement and events like today and representing our views at the national level. I also hope to lay the groundwork for representatives to come. I continue to maintain and build relationships with regional 2SLGBTQIA+ organizations and advocate for issues regarding the lack of funding for 2SLGBTQIA+ initiatives and programming in BC First Nations. I also continue to express the importance of proactively taking advantage of opportunities to create systemic change that intentionally impacts First Nations women, Two-Spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender and sexually diverse people, and championing existing initiatives and successes. I'd also like to share our ongoing work to identify an appropriate flag to represent First Nations, 2LGBTQIA+ peoples in our assemblies. We worked to engage First Nations, 2SLGBTQIA+ people through 2SLGBTQIA+ organizations, networks, and social media. We received feedback and comments that include a wide range of ideas for flag options. Feedback included using various features from the original rainbow flag, the two-spirited flag, the progressive pride flag, and elements from BC First Nations. The artist call-out will be shared through BCAFN networks and will be posted on the website this week, where the artists will review features and elements from engagement and incorporated them into design for the 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, people flag. We hope you will make a note and share the call out with your community members. Once a flag is designed and completed, we are hoping to hold a celebration of raising the flag at the Special Chiefs Assembly next year, and I will DJ. Through Resolution 14/2023, support for the BCAFN to join National Coalition supporting gender-affirming healthcare information, the BCAFN is moving forward with support the We Are Allies campaign. Not only was the campaign created to help the general population learn how to support and care for the youth in their lives, but to also combat the increased invisibility and attention of misinformation and malinformation circulating about gender-affirming care for trans, two-spirit, and non-binary youth. Moving forward, BCAFN social media pages will be resharing information on gender-affirming care for trans, two-spirit, and non-binary youth to create better access to information from diverse perspectives. On the We Are Allies website, in the section of storytellers, you can find recordings of BCAFN Knowledge Keeper, Chief Dr. Robert Joseph, and myself speaking to the role of Two-Spirit and the importances of allies in the work towards gender justice, equity, inclusion, and diversity within BC First Nations. As the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, I continue to advocate for systemic change that will address challenges and barriers that First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples experience in BC. As mentioned at the national level, I am a member of the AFN National 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. Our work is focused on advocating for policy change and uplifting the health and well-being of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people. To mobilize, the Council has taken steps to develop a 2S LGBTQIA+ strategic action plan, and most recently reaffirmed a few areas of priorities that are important to the Council. This was done through Resolution number 07/2024, support for the Assembly of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ Council mandate and funding, which was moved and seconded by chiefs in Assembly at the AFN's 45th Annual General Assembly in July of 2024. This resolution reaffirms Two-Spirit and gender-diverse peoples are a traditional part of First Nations and carry unique responsibilities vital to the collective well-being of First Nation societies. Supports the Assembly of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ Council in rejecting government policies that directly impact the safety and well-being of Two-Spirit and gender-diverse First Nations people, especially those policies that negatively impact First Nations youth. Directs the 2S LGBTQIA+ Council to report back to First Nations in Assembly on an annual basis on the progress of the strategic plan. Directs the AFN to seek out appropriate funding and resources for the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council to ensure the implementation of their strategic plan and mandate. Reaffirms AFN Resolution 45/2018 Two Spirits in Motion Foundation to continue to support sufficient, predictable, and sustainable funding to 2S+ initiatives, including 2SIMs, and finally, calls on Canada to continue to advance and fully implement Action Plan Measure 11 and support the implementation of the federal 2S LGBTQIA+ Action Plan 2022. Therefore, this resolution was particularly important for the well-being of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples continue to be harmed through legislation. The resolution empowers the 2S LGBTQIA+ Council to advocate on these issues and to seek sustainable funding for council activities, which will be reported on annually. Resolution 06-2024, table to implement the calls for justice, speaking to resolution. 2022 engagement with advocates, families, and survivors on priorities for how the calls for justice should be implemented in BC. Top priorities emerged related to justice system transformation, addressing discrimination in the healthcare system, and need for cultural and wellness supports. This work is built upon the LIFT's existing recommendations, like those in the Red Woman Rising report, Highway of Tears Symposium report, and Forsaken, many of which remain unimplemented. This resolution speaks to the need and the establishment of provincial level coordination table between the province, BC First Nations, and MMIW G2S+ families and survivors to help advance more coordinated, collaborative, and accountability-oriented work and facilitated enhanced communication. A variation of federal, provincial, territorial, Indigenous table on MMIW G2S+ has been established to occur annually. However, besides this, there is no collaborative mechanism for First Nations families of MMIW GS2+ and survivors in BC to advance meaningful progress and accountability on planning for the implementing the calls for justice. Although First Nation organizations are working to advance implementation of the calls for justice, there is still a need for systemic, specific concrete actions, goals, timeframes, and measure indicators that will help evaluate progress. There are many overdue actions that we hope the collaborative table to implement the calls for justice will bring a form of accountability. In considering this resolution, I encourage everyone to advance the principles of justice, accountability, and equity together. In conclusion, I invite you to reach out to me at any time to collaborate on this important work, or if there's a way I can be of support to your community. Thank you for listening, and Chenman Kwantomia. I thank you.
Hoichuk Tomalia. Thank you, Maureen. Should you have any questions, these can be addressed within the resolution, which you are about to consider right now. Resolution number 1, collaborative table to implement the calls of justice. Mover is Chief Jerry Jack, who is in the room, Mochalat First Nation. Seconder is Kutbi Roseanne Casimir, Tecumlips Teshquetmik, who is also in the room. So we have our mover and seconder. Therefore, be it resolved. 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief and staff to work with the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit collectively as the First Nations Leadership Council and like-minded organizations, including the BC First Nations Justice Council, to work with the provincial and federal governments for the establishment of a dedicated table to implement the calls for justice in BC. And 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on the provincial and federal governments to learn from collective MMIWG2S+ initiatives in other jurisdictions. Also, commit to a collaborative table which is distinct from existing efforts to work across levels of government and between ministries to address systemic GBV prevention, implement the calls for justice and the end of the crisis of MMIWG2S Plus people. Work collaboratively with the BC Assembly of First Nations, Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit collectively as the First Nations Leadership Council and the BC First Nations Justice Council to develop a terms of reference for a collaborative table to implement the calls for justice. Include survivors and families of MMIWG2S Plus and 2SLGBTQIA Plus people, First Nations and women's organizations, and provide sustainable multi-year funding, resourcing, and capacity to support the development and objectives of the table, and for BC to begin the technical work of establishing the table without delay. This has been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Any discussion? Question's been called. There has been no discussion to the contrary. This resolution is passed with your consensus. Thank you. That deserves a round of applause. And we're still just a little bit behind schedule. We'd like to turn next to the address from the BCAFN Female Youth Representative, Crystal Starr Lewis of Squamish Nation, who is on the Zoom. Do we have Crystal? And can you go to
Wow.
Thank you. Go ahead, Crystal.
Hi, so I apologize. I am having technical issues today with my connection. So I will be keeping my camera off just for further stability and so you're able to hear me more clearly. So my apologies in advance. Hoskwal Tanoyab, Crystal Queen Sna, Chris Queon Nanatme, Hal Queon Quashalmain, late Anthony Hudson Willard Lewis, Quenon Tunman, late Julian Mary Lewis, Quenon Ta'a, late Elizabeth Lewis, Quenon Chesha, a Elaine Moody, Quenon Chesha. Tina Chintla, Wawenti Olchmel, a Skohomish Olchmel, a Stalmoch, West Chinwa, Mo A to Teen, Chain Treaty, 7 Olchmel. Hello, my name is Crystal Lewis, and I come from Vancouver in the Squamish Nation. I'm calling you today from the beautiful and ancestral territory of Treaty 7 here in Calgary, Alberta. I'm currently attending the AFN's 3rd National Climate Gathering with our AFN National Youth Council. I would really like to thank our chiefs and delegates for their continued support by giving me the opportunity to represent my fellow youth as the BCAFN youth representative. I would also really like to thank our elder for their opening prayer and Regional Chief Terry Teegee for their continued leadership guidance and support in our roles as BCAFN youth representatives, and for advocating for Indigenous communities across BC. Some of our activities to date are earlier this year, Kyle and I, with the support of our BCAFN staff, hosted our annual youth forum in Richmond, BC. Approximately 45 First Nations youth aged 18 to 29 actively participated in gaining insights into BCAFN's operations and the pivotal roles of the youth representatives. The annual youth forum received a lot of positive feedback from attendees as the event provided a space for youth to gather and get insights into the BCAFN. Recently, the BCAFN staff helped us apply for funding from the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation to support our work with youth. We're pleased to announce that we have received confirmation of this funding, and we'll be collaborating with BCAFN staff to use these funds to create more opportunities for First Nations youth to participate in events and engage in important discussions. Our goal is to amplify youth voices in shaping regional changes and more. Furthermore, the BCAFN staff would also like me to inform you that unfortunately the funding we received from the ministry is limited, which makes it challenging to support our annual youth forum. And so instead, we'll be hosting a virtual youth gathering this coming year, which will give youth the opportunity to gather virtually and ideally have more youth attend and guide BCAFN's advocacy work. In addition to the virtual youth gathering, we want to make the most of our limited funding in a meaningful way, we've decided to provide more opportunities for youth to engage in discussions and spaces that impact them. Specifically, we'll support 6 to 8 youth to attend regional or national conferences of interest. Additionally, we plan to explore international events relevant to First Nations youth. We'll send out an expression of interest to select 2 BC First Nations youth to attend an international event, such as potentially the UN. Another example of this would be COP28, which some of the former youth reps have attended. There's a significant need to invest in youth participation by eliminating financial barriers to these high-level discussions, and we're committed to addressing this need this fiscal year. The BCAFN staff have also assisted us in applying for additional funding to establish a BCAFN Youth Council, as outlined in BCAFN's Resolution 33, 2023. Although we have not yet received confirmation of this funding, we are excited about the potential of the BCAFN Youth Council to bring significant value to First Nations youth. Alongside developing a new work plan, Cal and I are also engaging with the National Youth Council to address regional concerns and interests while learning from our peers. And in the coming months, Cal and I will be, in the coming months, Cal and I will be working closely with BCAFN staff to plan and host a virtual youth gathering. We'll also be actively engaging and seeking events for BC First Nations youth to attend. As BCAFN youth representatives, we're deeply grateful and honored to advocate for BC First Nations youth. In my time as representative, I've learned a great deal about our regional priorities, and I feel privileged to help incorporate youth-led interests to drive change. During my first year of learning about my role and about the BCAFN, I've actually participated in our monthly board meeting calls, UIYC meeting with the provincial government, attending and actively participating and speaking at different BCAFN and AFN and National Youth Council events throughout the year. I look forward to continuing our work with Kyle and BCAFN staff to create more opportunities for BC First Nations youth throughout my term. We'll also be attending the Special Chiefs Assembly next week here in Calgary, Alberta, and the Mental Health Conference in November. Kindly let me know if there is anything more I can do to support you. Moreover, I want you to know that as a youth change maker who also continues to be actively involved outside of the BCAFN, I continue to honor and acknowledge my role as a BCAFN youth representative and continue to advocate for climate action, social justice, Indigenous rights and titles, people, and more. In doing so, some of the work that I've done outside the BCAFN this year and in advocating for youth and working collectively with our brilliant and talented Indigenous youth and non-Indigenous youth are working with Indigenous youth across BC on policy recommendations for the Coastal Marine Strategy with continued involvement during its launch and announcement. In addition, I also sit on MLA Janet Routledge's Youth Council, CPAW's Youth Leadership Council, and I've attended One Young World, SumGen's Climate Conference, the United Nations Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and bring forward policy recommendations around international marine protected areas in addressing environmental racism and the UN SDGs, further protective measures for youth and care, cultural safety, for the BIPOC community and 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and asking the UN to help us create our own United Nations in the words of self-determination and self-sovereignty. Because as Indigenous peoples, we have the answers and solutions and should collectively be working together on an international scale, bridging any divisions or gaps by building and looking out for one another and more. Moreover, I brought forward a policy recommendation on anti-human trafficking prevention training, where I first asked the youth with our minister in the room, how many of you have had any anti-human trafficking prevention training? No one raised their hand. Next, I asked our world leaders in the plenary session, and in that entire room, only one person raised their hand, calling for the need for anti-human trafficking prevention training to help lower statistics. It's one of the many issues we face as Indigenous peoples by giving power back to the people. In doing so, I had the privilege and honor to speak on 2 panels with our Indigenous Special Rapporteur and further bringing this policy recommendation to the Special Rapporteur for anti-human trafficking prevention, which in turn inspired both my partner and I to start our own consulting agency that provides anti-human trafficking prevention training within Indigenous communities, which is still in the planning process right now, and with some ideas on how to move into technology through an Indigenous lens. So if you have any ideas or suggestions or experience or advice on where to start, how to have a cultural approach on this, we would love to hear from you. Furthermore, I've attended a FOA's Certified Indigenous Leadership Program and learning about finance, management, Indigenous governance. At the end of this month, I'll also be speaking on Canada's National Youth Panel and at the Senate in Ottawa. And lastly, in a last minute decision, I was in the process of running for the BC Green Party, being asked to run the North Vancouver riding. Although I openly support the BC NDP and Green Party, I felt that in the words of reconciliation, the BC Green Party aligned more with my Indigenous values and my role as a land defender and activist. After learning about the Conservatives and their interest in repealing UNDRIP and not wanting to split votes on the North Shore and causing harm to my community and other Indigenous peoples who call North Vancouver their home, I decided to move my riding to Maple Ridge and Pitt Meadows in a last-minute decision and in support of the NDP. In doing so, this caused me to fall short on votes for BC elections, but nonetheless, I remain hopeful and grateful for the work that I continue to do, the many learning lessons along the way. And even though if it was meant to be today, perhaps the future it will be. And so let's continue to support and uplift our youth. I look forward to seeing the BCAFN offer national and international experiences like this for our youth. As the best part of my role is that I get to meet so many amazing and talented youth across the world and nationally who are doing incredible things and who continue to inspire me. In closing, I'd like to thank the Chiefs and Assembly and BCAFN staff once more for your continued support for our roles, and thank our Knowledge Keeper for opening up this meeting in a good way. Along with my loved ones, community members, all those who continue to support me, providing me with these opportunities, a platform to speak for Indigenous peoples and youth, my mentors, and most importantly, our ancestors and creator. I would also like to thank the BCAFN staff for organizing and hosting this wonderful event. Thank you to Regional Chief Terry TG and all the chiefs in BC for guiding us forward. I hope you all have a wonderful time at the AGM. Thank you for joining us. I continue to wish you all the very best going forward and safe travels throughout the AGM and back home. And thank you, Musqueam First Nations, for hosting us as a guest in your beautiful ancestral Tory. Alwinox Chinsqualwin, Eos Chinsaquito, Chinqualnate Tinsqualwin, Chinqualnate Tuckerade, Chinquimatomiam.
Thank you, Crystal. Let's have a round of applause for Crystal, your female youth rep. Thank you, Crystal, and hope we see you in person next time. Next, we'd like to turn to your financial update, and we'll be staying on the Zoom. And I see that Michaela Roque from KPMG, our auditor, has joined us. Over to you, Michaela.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm calling in from the unceded ancestral territory of the Lheidli-T'enneh here in Prince George. I'm a audit partner with the KPMG office in Prince George and work with the BC Assembly of First Nations on their audits. Just a huge thank you. I want to say a big thank you to the finance team. So to Reina for a huge amount of help for us to be able to perform the audit. Vanessa, you're amazing. So a huge thank you for what you do for BCAFN and for helping us as your external auditors. To the regional chief as well, huge thank you to yourself and council for always being transparent and allowing us to perform the audit and present it for you here today. So I'm just going to go over to the agenda. So we are just going to go through the audit opinion. I'm going to go through the financial statement review. You do have a copy of the full financial statements in your annual report, but I will just go through it as well on a more higher level, and happy to take questions at the end. So KPMG for the auditor's report did issue for fiscal March 31, 2024, a clean audit opinion, which means that we did not find anything that was materially misstated in our sample testing. I do have my email address here up for everybody. If there's any need to speak to the auditor, I'm more than happy all year round to be able to answer any questions or just talk. If you need any assistance, please let me know. And if you have anything that you need to disclose to the external auditor, please do feel free to reach out. So I'm just going to move on to the numbers. So this first slide here is the statement of financial position. So this is a snapshot of BCAFN's assets right at March 31. In terms of their cash and bank accounts, it was sitting at 5.5 million compared to 2.7 million in the previous year. This year there was quite a bit of additional funding that's for programs in the future or over a number of years, and so the funds are sitting waiting to be expended in what we call deferred, which we'll see here shortly. And then in terms of accounts receivable, there are a number of funders that still owe BCAFN right at the end of March 31st because the funds hadn't quite yet come in from different various government agencies, sitting at 1.7 million compared to 2.5 million in the previous year. So BCAFN's total financial assets is almost 7.3 million compared to 5.3 in the previous year. On the next page, these are the non-financial assets. So BCAFN does have a building and some furniture and equipment, and that value is sitting at 186,000 for this year. As well, there was some prepaid expenses they paid in advance of when things were due. That was sitting at 29,000 for a total of non-financial assets of 215,000 this year. In terms of the financial liabilities, this is everything that BCAFN either owed right at March 31st or they hadn't spent the funds yet. So the revenue is sitting waiting to be recorded into revenue. First line item there is the accounts payable and accrued liabilities. That's sitting at 1.1 million compared to 724,000 in the previous year. So this is all invoices that were just waiting to be paid, and as well any payroll for and benefits that were owed to the staff right at March 31. The next line is the deferred revenue I was mentioning earlier here. This is all funding that's been received by various government agencies. The biggest one sitting in that balance of 5.8 million is 1.8 million from Indigenous Services Canada for various programs that BCAFN will be putting on in the future or over either a number of years or for the upcoming fiscal year. So it sits as a liability just in case the project doesn't get executed and the funds have to be repaid back. BCAFN, their funding is for very, very specific projects, and so the funds sit until that specific project is executed. So they usually do carry a significant deferred revenue balance. And then in terms of long-term debt, their term loan is almost fully paid off. It was paid off just shortly after year end, sitting at $3,500. So total financial liabilities, 6.9 million compared to 5.1 million in the previous year. Again, with a significant portion being revenue that's eventually going to come into the bottom line. On the next page is the statement of operations. And so this is all of the transactions that happen in fiscal 24, all your revenues, all the expenses for BCAFN. Revenue this year in the middle column came in at 7.2 million. Last year, the organization brought in 5.9 million. Expenses came in at just over 7 million compared to 5.8 million in the previous year. So for this year, there was an annual surplus of 181,000 compared to 84,000 in the previous year. On the next page, we did map out the revenues of the 7.2 million. You can see that there's three major funders for BCAFN. The biggest one being Indigenous Services Canada. They make up 32% of the revenue brought in by BCAFN. 29% comes from the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and then Assembly of First Nations bringing in 12%. On the next page is the expenses. So expenses came in at just over 7 million, and the expenses are coded to 4 different types of functions or programs or departments. Biggest or the largest expenses go to the policy development department. So 40% of that $7 million expenses is all the policy development work that's done in projects under that department. 32% is legislation and the work that goes in there. Administration makes up 18% of the expenditures, with cultural events coming in at 10%. So that's how the $7 million is split out in terms of expenses. So with that said, I'm happy to pass it back and willing to take any questions. I believe your finance team is also available today for any detailed questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Any questions or comments to Michaela or our financial team on the financial statements? And am I seeing the online as well, gentlemen? Just making sure there are no hands up. Microphone 21, Chief Elaine. Microphone 21.
Hello? Oh, there I am.
There you are.
Elaine Moore, Nishkat Village of Gitwansek. Thank you for the report. I wanted to know, in the deferred revenue, there's a huge amount of expenditures that have not been realized. I wonder if we could get a breakdown of that and who's measuring that to make sure that these programs are being offered, and when, you know, an updated list of when you're expecting to run the programs. Could be hit.
Thank you, Chief Elaine. Michaela, is that something you can answer, or should I be looking to?
I think Vanessa probably has a more of a plan on the funds.
Reina, thank you, Michaela. I would like to invite Reina to the table to answer.
Yeah, perfect.
For us. Would you like to be at the table, or do you want to stand in the center? It's fine. It's okay.
Good morning, everybody. For those that don't know me, my name is Raina Barter, and I am the finance manager for BCAFN. In your packages, note 4 will give you a breakdown of the deferred revenue, the departments that it's coming from, so our funding agencies. All of those deferred revenues have a work plan associated with them, and so Vanessa, as our chief of staff, reviews those work plans, and those are put into play. So we've been actually expending most of those funds since the beginning of April, because we're already over halfway through this fiscal year. Did that answer your question?
Hello? Oh, there I am. Yeah. No, just a list of what's expected with those funds.
That would be a question for Vanessa, because she knows each department.
That's okay. That's okay.
We can get that to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? I see none, and I don't see any online. All right, so we'll say thank you. We'll say thank you to Michaela.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great rest of your
Round
meeting.
of applause for Michaela. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, take care.
You as well. And we'd like to turn to, we have 2 resolutions that go with this. Resolution draft number 2, 2024, adoption of the 2023-24 audited financial statements. Can I have a mover, please? A mover for the 2020 microphone 16. Name for the record, please.
Justin Kane, Chief in Esquila.
Thank you, Chief. Do I have a seconder? Seconder for the financial adoption of the financial statements. Microphone 8, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kelvin Swestas, proxy for Chief Daniels, Cochin Tribes.
Thank you, Councillor Swestes. Any discussion? Any discussion on the audited financial statements? Question's been called. I see no wanting to confirm. I see no questions, hands raised on the Zoom. There has been no discussion to the contrary. This resolution is passed with your consensus. Thank you. Well, applause. Good job. Good job, people. And we have draft resolution number 3, 2024, is the appointment of the auditor. I just realized that I didn't read the therefore be it resolved on the resolution, but I said it. Do you think that's appropriate? Thank you. I just don't want to get us in. I just want us to follow the rules. Appointment of the auditor. The BCAFN, therefore be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly hereby appoint KPMG LLP as the auditor for the BC Assembly of First Nations to hold office until the auditor is reappointed or a successor is identified. That's your resolution for appointment of the auditor. Do I have a mover? Microphone 22.
Chief Valerie Ascotti, Prophet River First Nation.
Thank you, Chief Valerie. Do I have a seconder? Microphone 26, please.
William Ivanovich, Chief of Skidegate.
Thank you, Chief. Any discussion? Any discussion on appointment of the auditor? No hands up. Online? Did I hear a question? Thank you. Question's been called. There's been no discussion to the contrary. This resolution is passed with your consensus. And I would like to note it is 11:50. Even though we had a bit of a late start, you were able to power through without that coffee break. And you're now 10 minutes ahead. Lunch is on the table. We'd like to invite you to have lunch, and we'll be back at 1. I need a volunteer for a prayer. And while we're looking for a volunteer, I would like to make a couple of announcements. Chiefs and leaders are invited to attend the upcoming housing forum taking place November 6th and 7th, 2024 at the Coast Kamloops Hotel and Conference Center. The deadline to take advantage of the group rate for hotel accommodations is Wednesday, October 9th at midnight, so that is tomorrow. All the information can be found online on the BCAFN events website. Also note that you'll be having a presentation from someone from First Nations Health Authority tomorrow, right before lunch, regarding the Thursday, cyber breach that has occurred. We're just confirming who that will be. And also, you may be aware that Hurricane Milton, I think it's Milton, was upgraded from a Category 2 hurricane to a Category 5 coming into Florida. Just wanting us all to keep the people and the Indigenous people in Florida in your thoughts and prayers. I mean, that's a big one, and people are being evacuated or staying, and we just want to keep thoughts for them, especially those of us who have friends and family in that area. And did I have a volunteer for prayer, or can I impose upon Mr. Swestes? Osia. Microphone 8, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say a brief prayer to keep us strong in our duties and as we move forward. Heitzepka, Haichka Titol Siam Atana Quail, the Quam Steo Tolatana Quail, the Muck Squails Startlumster. Heitsepka, thank you.
Haichkasiyam, thanking you, sir, and lunch is served. We'll come back at 1. Don't forget the vendors. Thank you. Managers
work effect into administration of early learning and childcare system for First Nations that reflects their unique needs, priorities, and aspirations. First Nations early learning and childcare capital funding strategy is being released, and over the next 2 years, $24.7 million of funding will be invested to support First Nations early learning and childcare capital infrastructure. Funding will support communities through consecutive and multiple phases of infrastructure work, including needs assessments, feasibility studies, design, and construction, with an initial emphasis on equity and working with communities with limited or no early learning and childcare infrastructure. BCAFN is committed to collaborating with other funders to ensure communities have the greatest access to infrastructure resources that address their local priorities. Work continues in 2024-25 with renewed focus on outreach and engagement efforts with First Nations leadership as they continue making decisions about jurisdiction over early learning and childcare. Working with the feedback and direction offered in the 2024 Leadership Forum, BCAFN is working to develop materials and approaches that will support priorities identified at the forum, which include but are not limited to jurisdiction, regulations, workforce, and infrastructure. In 2024-25, BCAFN will continue to work with communities to ensure that they are able to access available funding in ways that are flexible, responsive, and relational. Other areas of work will remain focused on systems building and ensuring supportive conditions through the established bilateral and trilateral spaces. Our next steps in 2024-25, BCAFN will be advancing work to develop multi-year funding approaches in response to feedback from the Leadership Forum. In 2024-25, BCAFN is pursuing work with the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy on data related to First Nations early learning and childcare. This work will support a greater understanding of the current landscape of First Nations early learning and childcare and what this can mean for both funding models and systems building strategies. This work will further support national and regional work on evaluation strategies that advance the principles and priorities outlined in the FN-ELCC framework. In 2024, BCAFN will be initiating plans for convening regional leadership tables, continue the work from the 2024 Leadership Forum. And lastly, in 2024-25, BCAFN will expand their current post-secondary partnership model to include other public post-secondaries offering ECE for First Nations communities. If at any time nations would like a one-to-one meeting, virtual or in person, with BCAFN to discuss opportunities, please do reach out. And then, any questions? Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments for Lisa? Any questions or comments for Lisa? Looking online, I see none. Well, that's a sign of a job well done. Let's give Lisa a round of applause. Her a gift on your behalf. And the next part of your agenda, let's just call up Ian Monroe. He's on the Zoom. And we'll wait for Regional Chief to step back. Next agenda item is, and we're way ahead of schedule, people. How awesome is this? I shouldn't jinx ourselves. Climate change, FNLC, PICS relationship protocol. Turning to Regional Chief and Ian Monroe, Executive Director, who will be on the Zoom. Is Ian with us? Oh, that's right. We're ahead of schedule and he's not here. Well, I say someone get on the phone and see if he can come join us early. He's joining. I bet you he's happy we're ahead of schedule.
Good to go.
Good to go.
Thank you, Leah, for introducing this subject matter. As you well know, certainly climate change is top of mind for many of our Indigenous First Nations communities in this province, as we've been adversely affected by climate change. And I certainly know this as my community has been over the years evacuated several times. Squilax burnt quite a few homes. Jasper this past year. And we all know about what happened in Lytton. Good to see that they're finally starting to rebuild. But as you can imagine, as Indigenous peoples, as First Nations peoples, about 85% of our communities are in remote areas. So we're the first ones to feel the effects of climate change. And not only are we affected by the issue of forest fires, but we're affected by the usage of water, as a lot of British Columbia this past year and the last several years have been affected by drought. And if you go north into the Arctic Circle, is the issue of climate change affecting the weather and their right to be cold, because quite simply it affects their ability to hunt, fish, and what have you, and to, I think it's after many, many years, since time immemorial, living in the Arctic regions, climate change certainly has affected their way of life. So today, in this matter, we're looking to you, chiefs and proxies, to entertain a resolution or motion to have an MOU with Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions. I want to thank Ian Morrow, who is online, I believe, in our attendance today to speak to this matter. Between 2023 and 2024, almost 4 million hectares has burned in this province, equating to almost 3,900 forest fires, causing several evacuation orders, as I stated, and alerts damaging biodiversity, infrastructure, and communities. Many First Nations live in the remote areas of places that are high risk for flooding, drought, wildfires, rising sea levels, etc. And certainly, as many communities are affected by evacuation orders, alerts, and uncertainty, anxiety. It's not only the fires, but also what we've seen and witnessed in November of 2021, where some of our communities are still evacuated because of the 2 atmospheric rivers that devastated not only Vancouver Island, but also the interior, the many highways, the roadways going to communities. In excess, what that destroyed was nearly $3.9 billion worth of infrastructure. So it only took 48 hours, let that sink in. And they're still rebuilding many of the highways in the canyon and other highways in those areas. And it has a high cost to the public. And also glad to see that many families in the Lytton area are finally rebuilding, as I mentioned before. So what do we do about this massive crisis that really is affecting everybody around the world? Certainly part of that is knowing and understanding what climate change means. And as Leah stated, in the Florida area, the hurricanes, it's hurricane season in the eastern seaboard. In Florida, a hurricane that they were thinking that would be category 1, 2 has gone to category 5. So it will affect many of the families and people in Florida, many Indigenous peoples, the Seminoles, And just 2 weeks ago, there was a hurricane that, destroyed some of those lands in the eastern part of the United States, killing many people. And here there's another one that will be affecting the western side of Florida and coming this way. It's a very precarious situation there right now over the next, I believe, 72 hours, 3 days, and how that's going to affect the whole region. And as the governor stated there too, is get out of the area. It's that precarious situation in Florida right now. And the reason why that this is a state of affairs that we're in right now is in many respects because of climate change. It's making situations like this worse. So I think it's really important to better understand this. So, and this is where Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions comes into play, a better understanding of what we can do in the advent of many of the issues with climate change. Pacific Institute of Climate Solutions is a partnership with 4 main universities. So University of Victoria, University of British Columbia, Simon Fraser University, and my alma mater, University of Northern British Columbia. And as a graduate there, I certainly know much about forestry, as I did have get a degree from UNBC, and we did speak much about potentially what was going to change. And I know this is 25 years ago. I was much younger, and we were trying to, back then, think about what is going to happen in the future. I also recall in 2009 in Copenhagen at the Conference of the Parties on climate change, much of the modeling that was coming out of NASA and other like institutes, thinking about what's going to happen in the near future. And what we're seeing now is happening a lot sooner and a lot quicker, meaning that there is more ice melting in the Arctic. The weather is changing more. There's more fluctuations. I mean, even the Sahara Desert, which hasn't seen rain in literally decades, lakes are forming, which is mind-boggling. So it speaks to the climate and how it's changing, and that has an adverse effect on all of human life and all of animal life, I would say. So it's in this partnership that we're trying to create with Pacific Institute of Climate Solutions with the First Nations Leadership Council to enact and help and support their First Nations climate strategy and action plan, as well as an action plan for disaster risk reduction by First Nations in British Columbia. And certainly I believe this is a mirrored resolution that a similar one was passed by the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and developing this partnership with PICS would help us in this room and this province to allow us to have a better understanding and perhaps create solutions for our communities here in British Columbia. And perhaps maybe it's a place where we can have best practices or better understanding and lend our support to a bigger conversation nationally and on the international level. As right now, over the next several weeks, there will be a conference on biodiversity in Colombia. And there we'll be talking about discussions on biodiversity, which has been adversely affected by climate change. And as I said, there will be a conference of the parties on climate change at the end of next month in November, I believe in Azerbaijan in the Middle East to talk about climate change. So I'll leave it at that and pass it back to you, or should I just go to Ian? Sure. Sure. So in partnership, Ian, thank you for attending our meeting today virtually through Zoom, and I pass the floor on to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Regional Chief TG. So I am Ian Morrow. I'm the Executive Director of the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions, and I'm actually beaming in virtually from Treaty 7 territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy because I'm at the Assembly of First Nations third climate gathering, and BCAFN is in the next room, and Christy Denby just presented. I can hear her over there. And so it's a wonderful gathering. And I'm here to learn and carry forward, knowledge that has been kind of collected through the work that I do. But it's around research and reciprocity that I'm here, and that relationship protocol is really about that. And so next slide, please. We can shift the slide, please. I'm originally from Treaty 1 territory in the homeland of the Métis Nation, and I worked really closely with Elder Dave Kershane at the Turtle Lodge and have a long history looking and working with Indigenous knowledges and combining that with Western science, and did a lot of that work with Elder Kershane, who's now since passed, thinking about how our heart and minds need to be connected to do the good work. Next slide, please. And through my work, I led a team that developed something called the Climate Atlas, and actually worked with the Assembly of First Nations and their ACE committee to develop First Nation tools, videos and stories and research that is embedded in this thing called the Climate Atlas. And we took climate data for the entire country and mapped it for all 634 First Nation communities. Those are examples of the kind of work that I've been involved in. Next slide, please. And I had the great privilege of making a film about climate change in BC with David Suzuki called Beyond Climate. And that's where I met Regional Chief TG down by the water in Prince George. And we had a great conversation about climate change. And that's partly what led me to BC to come and actually start leading PICS. Next slide, please. PICS is, as Regional Chief mentioned, a consortium of University of British Columbia, UVic, UNBC, and Simon Fraser University. And on the left is our new strategic plan. But we're thinking about the roots of this organization linked to these universities, but linked to the land, linked to the original people of the land, and what we need to be doing as a research organization, and what kind of relationship we need to be in with the land and First Peoples. And so under my leadership, I've made it a real priority to be working in partnership in good ways with First Nations. Next slide, please. As part of that, we brought Rabina Thomas, the Vice President Research or Vice President Indigenous, onto our council, our governing council. And so Rabina helps oversee part of the leadership of the organization and how we can seed good relationships in unceded territory. And she remarked in her opening remarks in our strategic plan around the values of respect, reciprocity, and relationality that we have moving forward to embark on this relationship protocol. Next slide, please. So our intended impacts are meant to be holistic, looking at justice, well-being, biodiversity, policy, practice, technology, communities in place, and not just being a technical climate organization looking at building renewables and looking at building electrification. It's about how we do that in relationship with communities. And that's really what the conversation is here at the Assembly of First Nations Climate Gathering. And so we're looking at that holistic approach. Next slide, please. And some of the projects that do that, this is a current project that PICS has around housing in First Nation communities and infrastructure in First Nation communities. And it's a partnership with First Nations Housing and Infrastructure Council, BC Housing and Technical Safety BC. And one of the first things that this project did was take a values-based approach. And so on the right-hand side there on the top, looking at trust, community, resilience, possibility, and the values of how we bring people together to do that work. And that's why the relationship protocol is so important. It speaks to values. It speaks to starting in a good way, and that's how we do projects at PICS. Next slide, please. Another example of a project, Living with Water. This is working in Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh territory in good ways with UBC, looking at flooding and looking at shoreline erosion and what needs to be done to be thinking about the future of sea level rise. And this project looks at reconciliation, decolonization, multiple ways of knowing and how we think about the environment and change in different kinds of ways. Next slide, please. And this project, Fighting Fire with Food, is with the Gitnao Nation. Darlene Vey there in the middle is an elder from the community who had wanted to bring fire to the landscape for a very, very long time, and working with researchers through PICS, Kira Hoffman on the right-hand side. They actually did one of the first burns in that territory this season, and we are mobilizing the knowledge out of that. There's a big article in the Narwhal that came out around the healing power of fire, and on the bottom left, we're bringing First Nations Emergency Services Society with the researchers together to the Royal Society of Canada meetings in Vancouver at Simon Fraser University in November. And so helping to kind of get this knowledge out into the world. Next slide, please. But in terms of priorities and Indigenous leadership and First Nation leadership, when I got here, I talked to Patricia at BCAFN, and was hearing, follow the leadership and the strategy that has already been developed. So this is such a thoughtful strategy and action plan, and at PICS we want to be able to support that. And so the relationship protocol is really about how we bring research in the service of First Nations to realize the goals that have been outlined in these important documents, the strategy and the action plan for disaster risk reduction. Next slide, please. So the actual relationship protocol, here's the draft. The key objectives to implement both the First Nations climate strategy and action plan, but also the disaster risk reduction action plan to highlight First Nation knowledges and overall First Nation leadership within BC, and offer a rights-based and culturally appropriate opportunities to engage in research and education that supports First Nations. And so that's really the objective of this, is to follow through on those strategies and bring research in a thoughtful way that ensures that First Nation leadership is overseeing research and engaging in research to support getting climate action on the ground in communities. Next slide, please. The principles, we outlined how we want to be following, UNDRIP and DRIPA to make sure that we are, operating in a good way, a spirit of cooperation, respect, and partnership, that First Nation spiritual, social, cultural, and economic practices are honored and thought through for the prosperity of future generations, and that historical and present-day impacts of academic institutions are acknowledged. And that actually partly comes from our university vice president, Robina, saying we need to acknowledge that universities haven't done good work in the past, and that we need to own that and dismantle colonial systems and barriers so that First Nations knowledges are at the forefront of decision making. And again, serve First Nations in BC with the focus on promoting climate action and resilience. That's really the principles underlying the document. Next slide, please. And so in terms of next steps, we're hoping to kind of get the approval and launch of the relationship protocol. So this is an exciting day to bring it to Chiefs in Assembly, and then the ongoing coordination with FNLC organizations. I was talking to folks from First Nation Summit here yesterday, people from BCAFN. There's an amazing amount of momentum, and we're having meetings in an ongoing way. We're doing a scan of ongoing research across PICS universities, because there's a lot of work already out there and it's not coordinated or connected, and universities have to do their own work. We have to bring that information forward and say, hey, this is where we're at. And so that's what we're up to. And then figuring out how that supports the FNLC strategy and plans. And from there, identifying the research gaps. So there's a lot of work that's already being done. What isn't being done? And that's where PICS, as an endowed institute, so we actually got money from the provincial government in 2008. We want to fund projects. We want to bring resources to the table to fund projects that First Nations identify as being important, and then events and knowledge sharing and mobilizing that information out. Next slide, please. And as part of our commitment to doing this in a good way, we have the privilege of just having hired Jana Whale. Jana's Gitxsan from Gittimax, Cree, and Métis. And Jana has just joined us as the Indigenous Research and Partnerships Lead at PICS. She's here in Treaty 7 territory with me at the AFN gathering now, and we're networking and meeting and learning. And she just wrote an article on climbing the mountain, climate colonialism and reconciliation as her first kind of contribution to the conversation. And she will be helping to kind of co-lead this process. And so we're bringing capacity to the table as well. Next slide, please. And so to kind of bring this back to the beginning and the spiritual knowledge keepers gathering on climate change, we helped support this in the fall of last year. And the fires that were lit, the drums that were sounded at that gathering, they're being sounded here. They had the opening ceremony here in Calgary for the third annual gathering here at AFN. And I can tell you that there is an energy out there, and there is an energy in BC around really making a difference. And this morning I saw Chief Darrell Bob, who led this gathering last year in BC, and he said this energy is so exciting, like we're creating momentum. And so I think that relationship protocol is what it's about. It's about building momentum. It's about building collective effort, but it's about doing it in a good way. And so we help support this gathering, and ensuring that science is not disconnected from ceremony, and making sure that the way in which communities want business to be conducted is being honored. And that's something that I'm quite familiar with, and think is very, very important, because knowledge is in many forms, and just honored to be able to be part of these conversations and to help stoke that fire, and hopefully have this relationship protocol approved and move forward in a good way. And so I'm humbled by the invite, Regional Chief, to co-present with you, and I'm humbled to be able to participate in your annual general meeting today. And so back to the floor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you especially for accommodating us and joining us so early. We appreciate that. Do we have any questions or comments for Regional Chief and Ian Munro? What? Chief Lee? Thank you. Microphone 13.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Lee Spahan, Chief of Quarter Band, also proxy holder for Kanaka Bar Band. I sat in a meeting a couple of days ago regarding a salmon ecosystem table workshop being done by both the province and DFO. But how do we put more pressure on both the federal and provincial government in regards to looking after our ecosystem? Because the presentations that were given, when I arrived, they told me this was a non-political meeting, but yet when they talked about it, they talked about the Nicola Watershed Governance Project, which the Nicola 5 chiefs are part of. And then they said it wasn't a fisheries management meeting, but yet when DFO talked about fish, it all focused around fish and the ecosystem. But putting all the work together, they wanted to call it a strategy, not a management plan. So when we're working collaboratively with both the provincial and the federal government, how do we put more pressure on them to start looking after the climate crisis that we're in? And I say climate crisis because, you look at the dwindling numbers in our salmon stocks and all the projects that are happening, and the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline that just finished, and then there's the Enbridge pipeline that's coming. And it's really impacting our unceded territories here in British Columbia. And I want to know how, as the First Nations Leadership Council, can advocate for First Nations in BC, putting a foot down on the governments, the provincial and the federal government, to go after capacity funding so that work can get done. Because when they're talking about strategies and initiatives, it doesn't work. It's got to go move towards management plans. We sit at, as chiefs, we sit at many tables, and fisheries is one of the tables I sit at. And every time they take recommendations from us, they get swept under the table. And those dwindling numbers prove that. So just some comments from myself, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lee Spahan. We'd like to go to Regional Chief for a comment.
Thank you, Chief, and I'll put it in the context too of the current situation we see ourselves in right now, federally and provincially. That was a question that was texted to me, was what are we going to do if a government comes in, aka the Conservatives, where there's a lot of climate denialism, So I think it's maybe potentially one thing we should be thinking about strategically. We do have another resolution coming up giving the rights of the environment, of nature, having the same rights as personhood, similar to what I believe they've done in Bolivia, making sure that, and I think strategically that perhaps maybe this might be part of the solution, is that politically, if we see nature as having the same type of rights as an individual or humans, then there's more ability to speak up about it, to talk about potential solutions, but more importantly, to address some of the issues in regards to climate change. I think the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, certainly they have their own positions, as sadly the bureaucracy only has a limited mandate in regards to discussions that may not address the issue of management plans when you're dealing with, you know, the terrestrial lands versus the waterways. So I think it is, you know, one of the things that we need to push as the FNLC, and perhaps even the national chief or the AFN, is to make sure that the Minister of Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and perhaps even more so than that, all ministries can address the issues of climate change. Because the problem, part of the problem with provincial and federal government is that they see these issues in silos, whereas we see it as an issue of affecting everything. You know, the issues of fire affect the land siltation affects the water affects the fish. So everything is connected. And the problem with the way that government functions is that they deal with it in silos. So I think it's really important that we really push I suppose those at hand and who are in office and who are ministers, that this needs to be addressed in a holistic way. And this is why it's important that we have this protocol with PICS to allow us to better understand how this all affects everything within the waterways, but how climate change affects everything. And it's not just simply the terrestrial lands, you know, the fires we see out there, drought, water, the water cycle, but also this is having an adverse effect on the oceans. High acidic rates of acidity within the waterways because of carbon, and it's out of balance, and this has to deal with the issues of climate change. So I think it's really important to have the proper mandates of those in the room to make sure that they address those issues in the way we see fit, and especially in terms if we are developing management plans, and also to make sure that the ministers that are you know, responsible for this hears from the chiefs and also from all leadership. So the other thing I should have made mention of in our presentation is that this protocol seeks to ensure OCAP is upheld. So that's ownership, control, access, and possession of this information. OCAP principles, so we can get free, prior, and informed consent to fully implement the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I think that's very important to take note of. I know on this resolution and this motion, we have Chief Linda Price that will be moving it, and I believe we have Chief James Hobart online that will second it. So go back to you, Chief Spahn.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up, because you talked about carbon, Regional Chief, and, you know, a lot of talk in this provincial election as well as the federal election about where's the federal government on the carbon tax. And what will BC do? Putting pressure on the provincial government to find out is the public, is First Nations going to be charged the carbon taxes? And if so, where's the revenue sharing in that for monies for First Nations here in BC? And if money is going to be shared, it should look more like over 85% because of our unceded territories of the resources that are being taken out as well too. So just a few questions from myself. Cookstrom, thank you.
We actually have, thank you, Chief Lee. If you could think about that, Terry, we'd like to hear also questions or comments from Cookbee Roseanne and Chief Shanna. Then we'll come back to Regional Chief and Ian, if Ian is required to answer anything. And also remembering that this climate change discussion is so important. We're not stopping the conversation. Also want us to keep in mind about this relationship protocol, because we'll be going to that in the resolution. Microphone 28, Cookbee Roseanne.
Hi, Cookbee Roseanne Casimir, Takalos Tishwetmik. Just wanted to, thank Chief Spahan for bringing up that very important piece about the provincial and federal government and basically their role when it comes to, climate change. And it's really important that, all of us, when we're making decisions at voting polls, that we make sure that that's a priority that's going to be upheld. And, really glad that Regional Chief, got to comment and talk about the terrestrial, but also the water. But it is a really good segue into the resolution, because those were things that were at top of our mind as well in regards to the water management, but also the fire and through the terrestrial. So just wanted to say Cookstrom.
Thank you, Cookbee Roseanne. We'd like to go to microphone 9 and Chief Shanna, please.
Hi, Madam Chair. Just want to acknowledge the cooks for the delicious meal and acknowledge Council Member Swestis for the prayer. Thank you for that. And acknowledge the Musqueam territory that we're gathered on. And the Paklachalawatzat, Shanna Thomas, taking up the responsibilities that Pahalakton carried as Hereditary Chief of Likes. And thank you so much for the presentation. Just a shout out that Rabina Thomas is Qualt Siamot. She is my aunt. She is Likes, and the organization gets kudos from me for including her in your work. She is phenomenal and is VP Indigenous at the University of Victoria. So just want to acknowledge Qualt Siamot Rabina Thomas as a Likes and community member. Just a few observations and some comments. I'm not going to debate it here today, but Chief TG, you mentioned a possibility of peoplehood. And as an academic in the research that I do, I can tell you that peoplehood is often used as a scapegoat to not acknowledge fully our Indigenous ways of being and our Indigenous knowledge. It makes Western science comfortable rather than giving our people the full credit that we deserve when it comes to our ways and our laws. So just caution that. We can talk about that more another time, but as long as we remain strong in the application of our knowledge as legitimate science, our knowledge and our laws as a way of being and managing and caring for, and the relationality that was mentioned earlier, I think it's really important as it relates to the climate. Just want to also talk, I don't know if Chief Bert Thomas is online still or not, but in terms of climate change and what's happening in our communities, for Chief Bert Thomas at Khalelt, they had 2 massive floods back to back. Their community experienced devastating impacts as a result of that flooding, and there's a lot of trauma in the community. And that's something that we don't talk about. We talk about the experience, but we don't talk about what happens after the experience. So for Khalelt, many of their young people, whenever it starts to rain really hard, they have anxiety attacks and they start to panic because it triggers this memory of having to run out of their homes in the middle of the night because of flooding. So they do now have a class action lawsuit in relation to this trauma that the community has experienced, because it's not just climate, it's how corporations and the Crown are acting fully understanding and knowing the impacts of what's happening to the climate. So for one community, it may be deforestation that is creating erosion, that is not allowing for retention of water, so that when we get a heavy rain season, the water just goes in and changes the scape of the river flow, which then can lead to flooding. So just acknowledging the work, and am in support of the partnership, and am in support of taking advice from Robina Thomas. And thank you, Chief TG, for the work.
Thank you, Shanna. Back to Regional Chief.
Thank you for those comments and questions. Chief Spahan, just following up on the carbon tax, I believe a lot of it is rebated back to the individuals, but I think one of the things that we're trying to better understand is how it affects our First Nations community. So this is one of the things that we're going to do research on, is the effects of or ineffectiveness of the carbon tax. So that's going to be coming up. So it's something that we're going to look at. Yeah, certainly, Chief Kasmer, the motion will speak to what we're trying to create here in terms of this protocol to better understand, what we're trying to do here, getting research done, and also get a better understanding of what strategically what to do in terms of climate change. Chief Thomas, I certainly know the cautionary tale about personhood of nature. I think we're thinking about putting in the context from an Indigenous lens, and certainly what we uphold in this room and elsewhere is that it's not just Western science. We got to hold up our own knowledge to the same level. And when we talk to, and this is a real, I suppose, cautionary comment to Ian and also to the 4 universities, is that information of what is counted as legitimate or counted as being the information that is being gathered, that it takes the same importance as Western science. Certainly, I know about that, going through university, but I also knew on the world that I come from the Indigenous world, that we had an understanding and knowledge for hundreds, if not thousands of years about nature and about what we see from our perspective. And if you do research with, universities and institutions, we get into this fight of what's being upheld, traditional knowledge versus Western science, and somehow we gotta reconcile the two, and the two need to be upheld. But certainly a good comments and about the cautionary perspective of the personhood of nature. Yes, floods, emergencies just in general does affect our community. There's still some of our people that are evacuated and living in hotels. But the issue, especially in terms of response to these emergencies, one of the things we're really trying to change is those institutions that take care of our people. Trying to make sure, because we've heard so many horror stories in regards to emergency management and how emergencies affected our people, how the treatment of our people by some of the institutions. And you know what I'm talking about. So it's really important that we change these institutions. We're working with First Nations Emergency Services Society. We're trying to change, and this is one of the things that I'm glad to report on is changing, is the Emergency Program Act. We're down the road. We're trying to align a lot of that legislation provincially to align with UNDRIP, and we're trying to sever the funding model that Indigenous Services Canada utilizes to transfer the funds to emergency management. It should be coming to First Nations first and foremost. It shouldn't go through the provincial government who don't understand what we're dealing with, especially during emergencies. So that's some of the fundamental things we're trying to change, but at the same time, institutions have to change. And once again, you know, I think this is a new, really poorly understood, perhaps, thing that we need to deal with, is how do these emergencies, these fires, these floods, seismic activities, these massive things that affect our communities, affect our people. There's trauma. How do we deal with that? Maybe that's something we should be doing with PICS. Maybe that's something we should be doing research on so we can get a better answer and better understanding of what to do next. Because if you go visit the interior and you go visit any site that have been really adversely affected by any of these climate emergencies, you'll realize that there's some lingering effects within the community. And as Shanna said, you know, a big rainstorm comes in, you know, for your community. What's the first thing that they think about is a major flood. So I think there's a lot to disseminate there and unpack and to figure out. But I'll tell you one thing, you know, although we have a pretty good understanding of what climate change is, I don't believe that we have all answers yet, and this is why we need help and support in this protocol with PICS and other like institutes, not just PICS. Perhaps we need to diversify and go elsewhere to realize what's going on in the world and to have a better way to react to these things. So, and it just speaks, I mean, when I was in university 25 years ago, I mean, I never thought we would have this type of conversation now. I never realized that we would be affected this soon in these major catastrophic events that we're all experiencing in this province. And as I recall, at these meetings, I did attend COP 22 or 23 in Egypt. There was a lot of questions about what happened in British Columbia because one of the things everybody was asking, what's going on in Lytton? What happened with that in 2021, the atmospheric rivers? I said, they're still evacuated and they still haven't rebuilt yet. And that was questions from the outside world asking, because in a way we were almost epicenter that year for climate change. We had the double whammy of these fires that ravaged through the interior and then these atmospheric rivers. So a lot to unpack there, and I'll pass it back to Leah.
Thank you, Regional Chief. We have one I'm hoping, or I'm asking for it to be a quick comment so that we can move to the resolution and come back to the rest of our agenda. Microphone 16, please.
Art Adolph, proxy for Cookby Daryl Bob of Chalklip. And actually, I have a quick comment in regards to the climate change and picking up on what Chief Spahan was mentioning is I think we really need to take a look at a political strategy because we all experience climate change. Like for us in the interior, you know, we didn't have any Hosham this year and because of climate change, Soapberry, and you know, the impacts of the Fraser River Sockeye. So, you know, when we really take a look at, you know, teaming up with the academia and, you know, we could look at this as resilience and adaptation, but I think the main item we really need to focus on is a political strategy. We all know that climate change is human caused, and it's because of legislation and policies of government in regards to extracting land and resources from our territories. And you know, we experience the brunt of this, and now they want to implement trip in regards to taking Indigenous law and incorporating it into current legislation. And so I think this is an opportune time to really take a look at incorporating our Indigenous law into making changes in policies and legislation to turn back the crisis we're in climate change. Kokstum.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to respond? I see Ian has his hand up as well. Ian, is it in response to these comments or is this additional? Or is it
Just
closing?
a quick closer, just to say, you know, I'm listening very closely to the comments, and as an independent research institute on the political front, you know, research done equally, you know, with both eyes, both legs, you know, both hands, as is being said, you know, in relationality and respect for these different ways of knowing, that can help sway things in all kinds of ways. You know, good research is part of that calculus that's being discussed here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Regional Chief?
Yeah, I think just to follow up with Ian's comments there, that research and speaking to what you've stated, Art, this is the eye of FPIC, right? It's informed and trying to get as much information so you can make a decision. And certainly strategically, we need to think about that. What we get out of this relationship or any information we find will dictate how we react to the political entities. One of the things that I can say is that policy can't change quick enough. Like what we were talking about, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, seeing declining fisheries and all these matters. So that being said, I think it's really important that when we do talk about policy, I think we need to make sure that it aligns with the declaration that allows us to make those changes that we see fit in reacting to climate change issues. And certainly I know exactly what you're talking about. We've seen, I don't know if this has any effect on, if climate change had anything to do with it, but I know there's perhaps made the landslide in the Chilcotin River a lot larger than it should have been. Seen that there were fires in and around that area, and we've seen a massive landslide of approximately 500 meters, certainly affected the water quality, and also perhaps even some of the species that were going up at that time in August back to the spawning ground. So, you know, we got to think about all these things, you know, in real time. How do we react to that emergency? It may not necessarily be an emergency on us as individuals, but it was an emergency on those many salmon that we depend on, going back to the spawning grounds. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you, Ian, and I'm not sure if the mover and seconder are here. We have Chief Price here and Chief Hobart, if you're online. Anyways, thank you for those questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ian and Regional Chief. Thank you all for your questions and comments as well. We'd like to turn to the resolution for this section. It's support for the FNLC relationship protocol with the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions. This will now be moved by Chief Linda Price, who is in the room, and seconded by Chief James Hobart, who is online. We just heard him.
Yep.
Thank you. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct BCAFN to sign the draft relationship protocol between the BC Assembly of First Nations, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit, working collectively as the First Nations Leadership Council and the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions. The relationship protocol must support capacity building within First Nations in BC, such as engaging with youth and elders for mentorships and intern programs. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief and staff to communicate to the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions that successfully transforming relationships and partnerships between First Nations and educational or research institutes must start with explicit respect for First Nations sovereignty and self-determination, uphold OCAP principles, and ensure that free, prior, and informed consent is obtained from First Nations title and rights holders before starting any research or partnership. Acknowledge and respect Indigenous knowledge systems and value First Nations ways of knowing, scientific knowledge, and cultural practices as equal to Western academic frameworks. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief and staff to clearly articulate to the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions that the relationship protocol is not a substitution for direct engagement or consultation with First Nations rights and title holders, and it is not a delegation of authority in any way. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCAFN working with the UBCIC and FNS as the FNLC and the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions to provide regular reports to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly on the ongoing collaborative objectives and efforts as identified in the relationship protocol. This resolution has been moved and seconded, and now we go to discussion. Microphone 13.
Yeah, just lease behind Chief Quarter Band, proxy holder for Kanakabar Band. I'd like a friendly amendment on the second, number 2, therefore be it resolved. I'm just wondering, because in the second bullet it states, acknowledge and respect Indigenous knowledge systems and value First Nations ways of knowing, scientific knowledge and cultural practices as equal to Western academic frameworks. In the meetings that I sat in with the ecosystem table, the workshops, there was a lot of talk about Indigenous laws. So my request is to take out Indigenous knowledge systems and put in Indigenous laws.
Thank you, sir. Did I see another hand? Yep. Can I turn to the mover? And is this a mirrored resolution? Like, does that matter if we?
Oh, we could change.
That's what I was just asking. Okay, thank you. So turning to the mover, Chief Linda, and a seconder, Chief James, if you're comfortable with
It's
number
James.
2.
I'm just James. I'm just wondering if we had both.
Just let me say what the change is, and then we'll go to Chief Linda, and then we'll go to Chief James. Changing Indigenous knowledge systems to Indigenous legal orders, Indigenous laws. Chief Linda? Could I have microphone 29, please? And could you say it again for the record?
Chief Linda Price, Algacho First Nation. Yes, I support the amendment.
Thank you, Chief Linda. Chief James Hobart.
Yeah, I support it. I'm just wondering about having them both. I wonder if we're excluding something by taking that out. But yeah, I'm okay with it. My thoughts are, what would be the harm of keeping that in and adding the laws?
I'm sorry, Chief James, I couldn't hear you clear enough. Would you please repeat?
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm just wondering about leaving it with both the laws, leaving it the way it is, and then just adding the laws. I wonder what Chief Spahan or Cookbee Spahan would say about that.
Cookbee Spahan, the seconder is suggesting adding it to, so it would be respect Indigenous knowledge systems, comma, Indigenous laws and value First Nations ways of knowing. Microphone 13, please.
Yeah, if it gives more clarity around the language and makes it a lot stronger, then I would support that.
Okay, thank you. Chief Linda, microphone 29.
Fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chief James, seconder?
100%.
Great, thank you. So we have an addition, Indigenous laws. Any other discussion? Question's been called. There has been no discussion to the contrary. This resolution is passed with your consensus. Thank you very much. Round of applause for you all. All right, we are a little bit ahead on our agenda, so we're going to go to Future Generations Foundation. I believe Naomi Reset, the Executive Director, is online. Is she? Cannabis. I understand that Chief Clarence Louis is not available till 2:15. So the thinking is, let's rejig our agenda. I should have said this to you, so that we can accommodate Chief Louis' time. So Chief Linda will come to the front. I just want to check. I don't see Naomi, so wondering, yes, Naomi is online, and we'll turn it over to microphone 1 and Chief Linda Price, please.
Crash. Just want to, Chief Linda Price, Algatra First Nation. I just want to say Chinalia to the host nation for allowing us to do this important work today. And further, just want to say thank you to Councillor Brett Barrow from Musqueam for the warm welcome and the prayer. I always emphasize prayer because I believe that we all need to ask our Creator for wisdom and understanding when we're working with issues that relate to our communities as well as the environment. After all, the Creator is the creator of this universe, and when we ask for wisdom to help support this universe and our ancestral lands, as I call them, our Creator will answer our prayer. I just want to say thank you. It's good to see all you chiefs and leaders here in the community of Musqueam today, as well as those online. I just want to say Chinalia to Regional Chief for the opportunity to serve as a trustee on the Future Generations Foundation Board of Directors. I send greetings on behalf of the Future Generations trustees. Keith Martell is our chair. Chief George Arcand is a trustee from Alberta. Jeremy McKay is a trustee from Manitoba. Jasmine Peary is a trustee from New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. Armand LaPlante is a trustee from Saskatchewan. Haskan Sui is a trustee from Quebec and Labrador. Carolyn Coach is a trustee from the Northwest Territory. Mindy Denny is a trustee from Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. Odessa App is a trustee from Yukon. And Linda Trudeau is a trustee from Ontario. And Chief Linda Price is a trustee from BC. So it's been a real honor to serve on this trustee Future Generations Foundation for the last 3 years. Just for those of you that may be new and not familiar, the history is that it was established in 1975 as a trust and charity by First Nations leaders called the NIB Trust Fund. It was aimed to address challenges facing First Nations communities and propose solutions to economic, social, and scientific issues. It was dormant for some time, and then between 2003 and 2009, the AFN successfully negotiated the IRS settlement agreement compensation for former students of residential schools. The residual funds from the IRS settlement agreement were entrusted to the NIB trustees, one from each province and territory that make up the board. The trustees are stewards of disbursement, investment, allocation of funds for healing, education, culture, and reconciliation. In September 2023, after consultation and approval from Chiefs in Assembly, the organization's name was changed from NIB Trust Fund to the Future Generations Foundation. So I'd like to now introduce Naomi Rassett, our Executive Director of the Future Generations Foundation. Naomi will now present the 2023-2024 GFBC Impact Report. So, Naomi?
Thank you, Chief Price. Good day, Chiefs. Can you all hear me okay, I hope? So thank you again. I too would like to say Tansé bonjour. Bonjour, hello, chiefs, elders, knowledge keepers, youth, and all the guests. Again, thank you for Musqueam for hosting this gathering for the chiefs and giving us an opportunity to Chief TG to allow us to present the activities in BC this year. As Chief Price has said, you know, we have a really vibrant board of dynamic, involved trustees that oversee operations and management of FG Foundation. And Chief Price, you know, is a committed, strong voice for BC First Nations at our board, and we are so happy to have her and her voice at our board. So thank you again, Chief Price, for all the work that you do for the foundation and for survivors and their descendants. We really appreciate it. If we can go to the next slide, I'll get right into what we do at the foundation. So thank you. So the main objectives, you know, is what we do at the foundation is we fund in BC and nationally within 3 streams. We have an individual call, an organization call, and then of course we have the Continuing Our Journey call. The individual call is really about supporting individuals who want to go to university, attend college, attend training programs, or there's also the category of those that want to relearn and retrain and reawaken the things that were lost in the residential school legacy. So to get their language back, their culture, get back on the land, do things like that. And you have to be First Nations membership and you have to be 18 to access our funding. The other way to access our funding is for organizations. And this is where most, you often will see First Nations communities apply. And this is really about supporting First Nations communities in their self-driven projects. We try really hard to, you know, work within the constraints of the Indian residential school settlement, because although we are stewards of that settlement, it came with a lot of restrictions in it. And then of course there is the Continuing Our Journey program. And this was a program mandated by the board and the trustees after all the announcements came from communities, and particularly in Kamloops, who are doing work in the burial sites, the unmarked graves, and the missing children. So this project is really focused on supporting projects around that, and we try to keep that really open. If you can go to the next slide, please. So this is last year, the FG Foundation awarded $15.6 million nationally to individuals, organizations, and in the CTJ program. The BC portion of that was $2.8 million. And so this graph here, you'll see that of the $2.8 million awarded in BC, about 62% went to organizations, 26% went to individuals, and then 11% went to our CTJ program. Next slide, please. So I'm going to drill down more into each of our programs so that you all can maybe learn a little bit more and maybe start getting all your community members as well as yourselves to apply if you need support in your community. So this is our individual call. There's 3 sort of education streams individuals can apply to. That's the cultural learning. So this circle is where we really kind of programs we fund are in there, learning traditional practices, ceremonies on the land. Our scholarship is for that sort of, I guess I want to say conventional education, because we sort of view education at FGF as a whole. It's not just university education. We value that cultural education and the training and trades education as much as university, because it is a circle. So this that's where the scholarships are. And then of course there's the training and trades. And we have funded all kinds of really unique learners in that field, from pipe fitters to crane operators to all kinds of things. So just to remind you, you have to be 18 and you have to have membership from a First Nation to be able to access our funding. So next slide. So this slide here details the amount of funds that went into BC. So you'll see that we funded 180 individuals in BC last year. 64% of applicants were funded. It's still not 100%, which is where we'd like to be, but you know, funding is limited. It's competitive. But you'll see here that, you know, we are funding all 3 categories. And just in addition to this, I wanted to say, we sent over an impact report, and it is at the distribution table. And on page 5 of that impact report, there's a list of all the individuals that were funded by FG Foundation. So if your community's name is not on that, get your education director to call us, talk to us, so that we can start seeing your community individual members access our funding at FGF. And then this slide is just the timetable, so that you know when your individual should be considering, or your education director should be telling to reach out to us to help. You know, we open the call in April, so when all the snow melts and it gets warmer. We close it in June, the very first week of June in the summer, and then in September. At the very end of September, we start releasing funding decisions. So we are actively releasing our 24-25 funding decisions right now. So I believe BC has funded, I think, 200 applicants, over 200 applicants this year. So once all the details are released, we will be updating Chief Price as well as the full board of all the details of that. Next slide, please. This is the other call. We talk about organization funding. Here, this lists sort of the top 5 sort of focuses that we try and support to address the harms of residential schools. And we try to keep these categories broad, but within the IRSA, the Indian Residential School Settlement Restrictions, that allow communities and organizations to determine their own programming needs. You know, I think it's really important that we let community drive their needs. I'm not in BC. Today I'm calling in from Ottawa, so I'm just outside Ottawa, so I'm between Pikwakanagan, Kitigan-Zibi, and Akwesasne First Nation. So we try really hard to let communities tell us what they need, and we just want to say yes. So next slide, please. So this is the impact, particularly in BC, of our funding. So $1.77 million went into BC last year. You'll see that we funded 21 organizations, and I'm really happy to report that all 21 of those organizations were First Nations communities, or were organizations in partnership with First Nations communities. And if you want to see the names of the First Nations that were funded in that call, that's on page 6 of your impact report. It'll list all the group projects that were funded in BC on that year. This year, there has been a really unique change to access the organization funding coming up very soon. So historically, FG Foundation, as Chief Price had mentioned, we are a charity, and the income tax law has only allowed charities to fund other charities. But the income tax law has now changed, and it has opened potential and an opportunity for FG Foundation to start funding non-qualified donors. So the board, we've done an assessment and we've decided that this individual call, we are going to open our application to those First Nations only that do not have their qualified donor status, but should have the same opportunity to be able to access our funds like the qualified donor First Nations. So that's a really big change. So if you're one of those First Nations that's never been able to access our funds because of that sort of CRA regulation, I really encourage you to reach out to us so that maybe we can support you and talk you through our application process and get you in the opportunity to access our funds. Next slide, please. Again, now this just details when. So our call for organizational fund will open on November 8th, so just 4 weeks. It will close January 17th, and we will let funding decisions go out by January 7th. So if you or your community members have a project that you'd like to fund, consider and need support, reach out to FGF. Maybe we can help you and get you in the application process to join the competition and access funds from FGF. Again, our process is competitive. Last year in BC, only 58% of organizations were funded, but it's a 1 in 2 chance. So if you don't apply, you won't even get a chance. So I really encourage you to apply. Next slide. This is just the national, because we are a national organization. You heard Chief Price give the names of all our trustees. We are a national organization, and I just wanted to highlight the national scope that FGF is doing. We funded $5.9 million to individuals, and that was 1,309 individuals. And we funded $36.1 million to First Nations and Métis individuals since 2016. So next slide. And this is our national organization call. So we've funded last year we funded 9.8 million nationally. And we funded, 7.9 of that went direct to First Nations communities organization. So historically, since 2015, we have funded 59.7 million. So the impact is great. So next slide, please. And then I just want to give our last funding stream, which is our continuing our journey. This program was established after the announcements of Kamloops of the unmarked graves and missing children. This program is very specifically for First Nations communities and survivor groups that are working in the unmarked grave, burial, and missing children space. And they're really, we try to keep it as broad as we can because every community is at a different place in this process of, gathering knowledge, gathering elders, gathering survivors. And so, but it really is very specifically around the unmarked graves of burial sites. The next slide, please. This is what is available in BC. So currently, BC has a $1.9 million allocation for this project. We have awarded 2 projects to date, totaling $333,000, and there's still $1.5 million available for access. We do not have a deadline on this call. We take in applications 4 times a year, and it is done. We really encourage survivors to be involved in this project. And they must have, and the way to apply is by submitting a letter of intent, and then we'll support you through the application process to make sure we're listening and we get the best information to go to for our selection committee. Next slide, please. So far, I've been just talking about the programs we do at FGF. But another really important work we do, as Chief Price had mentioned earlier, is the investment of the Indian residential school settlement. It's a really important function of our stewardship is to grow grow the monies for sustainable beneficiary payments. We've been invested, the funds have been invested since 2016 with the oversight and guidance of qualified investment managers and advisors. As you can see by the graph here, there's been a really positive investment results over these past years. We started with Canada transferring $230 million in funds to us from Canada on the Indian residential school settlement. The foundation has awarded over $107 million to beneficiaries. And as of March 31, that's our last year end, we had the assets totaled over $263 million. So, and the board has implemented a really strong statement of investment policy and procedures, and it is showing success with the positive markets that we've been experiencing historically. And next slide. And the last activity that at the foundation is a campaign to fulfill our charitable mandates and raise funds to fill the gaps that the Indian Residential School Settlement Fund cannot. You heard me say earlier that, you know, we only funded 58% of organizations in BC, only 65% of individuals. You know, the goal is, of course, to reach 100% everywhere. So to do that, the foundation is starting to raise money. So to date, we've raised $14 million, and we've started emitting that to beneficiaries this year. So judging, you know, preliminary ways, I think we've started to increase. Instead of funding at 65%, I think we funded at 90% this year of individuals with the support of donations. So hopefully, you know, the campaign maintains positive and we continue to raise funds to fill those gaps that we so desperately need in our communities. And my final slide today is just information of where to find us, how to find us, and to go onto our website. You know, our annual reports are there, our financials are there, our impact reports, all the impact reports that are at that you have at your meeting today are there. So feel free to, you know, reach out to us. We have a wonderful team at FGF that are really willing to help you. So just again, merci, thank you for your time. And again, thank Chief Price and Chief TG for allowing us to present here today at your assembly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Linda. And Naomi, do you have a closing comment, Chief Linda? Microphone 1.
I just want to say how much I enjoyed serving on this board as a trustee on behalf of BC, and thank you so much. I will put the presentation at the back table there for anyone that would like a copy. And if you have any questions, you can contact the Future Generation Foundation. They'd be happy to provide more information. Awetse.
Thank you. Shall we have a round of applause for Naomi and Linda? Presentation will be available on the back table. Thanking Naomi for joining us. Nice to see you. Good. All right. Getting us back to the agenda, cannabis governance and jurisdiction. Chief Clarence Louie is online. We have Chris Bauer, Councillor Nathan McGuinness, David Tarasenko. Please go over to microphone 2 and 1. I do have Chief Clarence online, don't I, James? Or gents over there in the computer world?
I'm online. I can see you. I don't know if you
Thank
can
you.
really hear me.
I can hear you, I cannot see you, but I would like to turn the floor over to you, sir, to take us through this cannabis governance and jurisdiction. Now we can see you. Chief Clarence.
Okay, lim-limped in my language. Thanks, everybody, and thanks, BCAFN chiefs and council members and Chief Terry Teague for allowing us to be on the agenda today. I couldn't make it down there today, or else I'd present this in person, and Chief Dalton Silver from the Sumas First Nation is having health problems. He recently got out of hospital, and that's why he's not there. So any case, we do our best through Zoom, and we do have reps there in the room. Councillor Nathan McGuinness from the Sioux Senior Band, Chris Bauer representing Chief Silver from Sumas, and David from Northern THC. I assume the resolution is in your kits. You all have a copy of the resolution. Nathan, Chris, and David are there to speak to it. I don't know if you want me to read out the entire resolution. It's there for the reading, and I assume you have it in front of you. This issue of cannabis with First Nations in the province, those of us that are dealing with it, and I know not all First Nations are, but regardless of that, we should be supporting those First Nations that want to get involved in this industry. We know what happened in BC, where the BC government 30 years ago left us out of gaming, and sure, we're getting gaming revenue now, but that's still not First Nation authority. That's still not First Nation sovereignty. Getting a check from the BC government. When it comes to gaming, Sioux Senior Band, we're still going to be pushing the gaming issue and the casino issue in this province, to where we have, like many other provinces, we have First Nation gaming in this province, which we don't have right now. And this issue of cannabis, of course, came up only a handful of years ago. And again, here in this province of BC, where the most First Nations are, we have been left out of the cannabis industry, and we're told to fit within the provincial rules and regulations. There are many bands in BC that want to get involved in this industry from a First Nation perspective, from a First Nation leading the development of a cannabis institution, and us regulating our own First Nation cannabis industry, and not just being good little Indians and falling under what the province says, where we fit. So the purpose of the resolution is to practice put our inherent right into business action, and not just sit back and be good little Indians and listen to what the province tells us what we can and can't do. And that we're looking to develop in the form of a draft BC First Nations cannabis a strategy for those First Nations that want to be involved in this industry. And we seek the support of the BC AFN in the creation of a First Nations cannabis regulatory structure, our institution. And David and Chris and Nathan can speak to that. They're there in person. And I lend my support to this motion, along with Chief Dalton Silver of the Sumas First Nation. And you have the resolution there in front of you, and we seek the support of the BCAFN. And I don't know if David or Chris, if you want to chime in on the presentation.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Louis. My name is David Tersenkum with Northern THC, and if we could have the presentation put up on the slide. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll skip to, I think it was page 4, slide 4. If we can skip to slide 4. The next one. Okay. Yeah, so we were here last year, for those that may remember, myself, Chris Bauer, and Chief Silver from Sumas First Nation. We were presenting this cannabis initiative just more as an FYI, an informational basis. And as Chief Louis mentioned, this is an initiative that was kicked off by the Sioux Indian Band with the goal of putting in some sort of structure and regulatory framework that would give governance and jurisdiction of all cannabis matters into the hands of the First Nations. And over the last 12 months, the Soyuz Indian Band, supported by Sumas First Nations and other First Nations, began engaging directly with the BC government. And this really culminated in a meeting in April of 2024, where myself, Councillor McGuinness, who was representing the Soyuz Indian Band, Dalton Silver, Chief Jerry Jack, Chief Regional Tipihi, was there in person, and a few other First Nations, and to meet with the Cannabis Secretariat to essentially say they would wish to implement by agreement, in partnership with the BC government, some sort of regulatory framework that gives jurisdiction over cannabis matters to the First Nations. And so this slide here is essentially kind of what we've kind of come up with in working with the First Nations on a particular structure that could work as a partnership between the BC government and the First Nations that wish to participate. So I wanted to kind of just stop there, and I'm assuming if there's any questions that any of the chiefs have, we can just put it out to a roundtable discussion and focus in on anything that may be of importance.
Thank you, sir. Maybe we'll turn to the resolution, draft resolution 05-2024, support in principle for the establishment of a First Nations cannabis institution / regulator. Chief Dalton, as you heard, is not well, so he is not able to join us. So I'm looking to his proxy to see if, microphone 12, please.
Councillor Clint Tuttle, I so move.
Thank you, Clint. And the seconder is Chief Clarence Louie, who is online.
Yes, I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to read it for the record. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support the formation of a First Nations cannabis institution as recommended in the draft BC First Nations Cannabis Strategy, with the mandate to collaborate with the province in developing a First Nations cannabis regulatory structure, FNCR, or institution that aligns with the goals and objectives outlined in the strategy. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support in principle engagement with the BC government to begin discussions in relation to the creation of an institution which could advocate for First Nations governance and jurisdiction over cannabis matters. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief, working in collaboration with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as the First Nations leadership and the BC FNLC Joint Working Group on the legislation, on the legalization and regulation of non-medicinal cannabis in BC, JWG, to work with the province in development of options in relation to the structure and governance of the institution. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly reserves the right for individual BC First Nations to fully participate in the institution FNCR, to opt out depending on their own internal decisions and ratification processes. And 5, the institution / FNCR will be guided by principles that include but are not limited to: A, asserting sovereignty and jurisdiction; C, regulatory alignment and integration; D, economic development; E, health and safety; F, community engagement and input; G, environmental stewardship; H, cultural preservation; I, legal and regulatory clarity; J, inter-nation collaboration; and K, social equity. This resolution has been duly moved and seconded. And now is your opportunity for discussion. Microphone 24.
Thank you. Chief Victor Isaac, Namgis First Nation. I recall this somewhat coming to the floor about a year ago, and it went around and around, and people had differing views of whether or not they should support it. And it was sort of tossed around, and I don't think it stopped. It didn't go anywhere that day, I believe. But just in regards to that, you know, I see the business side of it. I see the potential, but we have our members on our little island there, and a lot of them are elders are saying, "Don't do this, don't do this." A doctor came to one of our meetings and said, "You're sending the wrong message. You're sending the wrong message." You know, but you know, it's going to be out there. It's a safe product. It's a good product. I understand all those aspects of it. But still, my community is sort of drawn in whether or not probably most of the elders are saying no, and a lot of the other younger people are saying, well, it's inevitable. It's probably good business to get into. Let's move forward. So we've got opportunities. We've had people come to us and give us a presentation on how we could be involved, etc. But at this point, I don't have a clear yes or no that I could say it there for myself. I have to abstain from anything that'd be moving forward. I understand the business side of it, I do. But at this point, my community is saying no. So I would have to adhere to that and say, well, I can't be part of the yes group. I see you had the clause in there where it says you have the option to opt out. I heard that, which made it more comforting. But it's still, I don't have that authority right now, so just to mention that. Thanks.
Thank you. That opting out, sir, is with regard to the institution you have, depending on your own internal matters. Would someone like any comment from our panel? You don't have to. I'm just, thank you, sir.
I think the importance is, which you pointed out, is each nation's able to make their own decision on whether to be part of it or not. So I think that's important. That was a big piece of it. So.
Thank you. Microphone 21.
Thank you for the presentation. I think one of the biggest things is the lack of education for our people. Everything looks like a grand idea until we have to bring it home to bring to our elders. And we're stewards of our land. So you're going to bring this, but how are you going to bring it? You know, of course I'm worried about my grandchildren who are exposed to the poisoning that's happening right now. And the benefits that come with this. You know, what you should have to add to this is what the success rate right now is of those that have tried to have the stores on their homelands. And there's definitely not enough education going back to the communities that you're wanting us to express interest in it. I'm not opposed to it, but at the same time, if I go home, I'll take a spanking for saying, oh yeah, that's a great idea. But I'm still worried about my grandchildren getting garbage off of the street. So, you know, that's catch-22 here. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Elaine. I have a number of speakers, so we're going to go through and then we'll come back and see what the panel has to add. Next, we'll go to, here's the order. Chief Shanna, Chief at microphone 16, Cookby, Chief Linda. All right, Shanna, microphone 9, please.
Untitled Chapter, Shanna Thomas, Hereditary Chief Lyakson First Nation, just speaking in favor of the motion, just acknowledging that we have to be able to separate use from opportunity. And what I see here as an opportunity, the money is not to be made in the store. The money is to be made in the growing of the cannabis itself. And I, for one, am very interested in our nations taking their rightful place and asserting our jurisdiction over economic opportunities within our territory. Far too often, the others benefit, and then eventually the opportunity trickles down to our communities. British Columbia had a really big opportunity when they legalized marijuana to introduce revenue sharing with our communities on a new tax that they just created, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. And now our communities are scrambling, and some are putting in stores, but the stores aren't making the kind of profit margins that we need. And it's in the growth where we're going to see real economic opportunity. And we have to sell, in my understanding, the way it works, to the province. It's not like we're going to sell it to our community members. So just want to acknowledge the presentation, and I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Also to note that the presentation is available in your package. Next speaker will be Chief at microphone 16, please.
Justin Kane, Chief in Squalo. Yeah, this is definitely a discussion that I never had with my community, and it's hard for me to put a vote on a table for something that I haven't brought back to my community, because we're talking about regulations and health and safety. Yeah, there's definitely two sides to everything, and we talk about an institute and regulatory structure. You know, we don't have a marijuana store on our reserve. We go through we're under land management, we have land code. We've never really touched this discussion, but if we were to have a marijuana store on our reserve, I don't think anyone's going to stop us today as it is. And maybe there's communities that haven't had issues, I don't know. But I would have to bring this back to my community before I could look at supporting this going forward. At this point, you know, we talk about sovereignty and jurisdiction. We are already asserting that. We're doing it, and there's no one that is able to come into our community to shut down this kind of system if we were to choose to, so at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Shane, I'd like to go to Regional Chief for response, and then over to the panel for additional. Regional Chief.
So as part of this working group on cannabis, and prior to being shifted over on economic development nationally was the AFN, I was part of the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, and certainly the issue on the health and safety and education on cannabis nationally was brought up. So what we were trying to do nationally was access more resources from the federal government so we could share that information about recreational use versus medicinal use. You know, with this resolution, I think it really, and I would say I'm very supportive of a resolution like this, because if you think about it, if you really think about what we're doing, or what this group is doing, is to create regulation. We don't have regulation on even alcohol, and we all know how alcohol affects many of our people in our communities. You know, it's these controlled substances that really creating that space. And further to that, I think what Chief Louis was talking about was perhaps, you know, the revenue generated, taxation. I know some of you do tax in your communities on fuel and tobacco and perhaps even alcohol, but cannabis is another matter. So this is an opportunity to get ahead of the game. And part of that taxation could be utilized to help and support about awareness of education on cannabis, education on the different uses of cannabis, and creating awareness. And I think it's really important that if you do decide to get into the market of cannabis, whether it's recreational or medicinal, our people need to know. And I think this is all a part of what this initiative is doing, is creating and taking that space that's rightfully ours to govern ourselves in the use of cannabis and regulation of cannabis. And I really take it in the context of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. It's sovereignty and self-determination to govern the substance that's in our communities, and perhaps we're part of the cannabis economy, and we have every right to regulate it, and perhaps not only benefit from it, but also create the awareness, the education, and everything you see in 5 is to create that space that's really rightfully ours. And I think this is one of the things that we were trying to do nationally when I was at the table there on the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis. So certainly I think it is an important and good initiative because if you really think about it, think about everything that's in our communities: fuel, alcohol, tobacco, gaming. We need, the next step, beyond this is regulating gaming. That's the next step. Chief Louis talked about revenue sharing on gaming. Maybe this is the opportunity to take that step in terms of gaming licensing and everything else like that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Regional Chief. Just to note that we are not complete with the speakers list. We're just taking some questions and comments and then going to Regional Chief and Chief Clarence for response, so nobody gets lost in the shuffle. And we will also hear from Nathan on the panel. But first, we'll go to Chief Clarence on the Zoom, please.
Thank you. And people have to remember that supporting this resolution doesn't mean that we want you, for those bands that don't want to get involved in cannabis, it has nothing saying that you have to get involved in cannabis. You're going to get involved in cannabis. Rightly so, some First Nations want to and some don't. But when we support each other, and it doesn't mean we have to even be involved in that particular project or that particular item, it's just showing support for those that are, and that we want to work together as strategy and assume more further jurisdiction in this field, which is going to be a process. And that process doesn't happen just with the snap of the finger or even a resolution. Passing a resolution just means it gets the process going. And for those handful of First Nations that want to occupy this field and have more First Nation authority and control and jurisdiction, all you're doing is helping those handful out that want to take this fight on with the province. This has nothing to do with you supporting. If you support this resolution, it doesn't mean you support having a cannabis outlet on your res or in your territory. That's not what this resolution's about. It's about supporting those First Nations that want to take on this battle with the government. Let us do that, and we report back. I mean, it's a process, and it's developing a strategy. It's developing a regulatory structure, which it's going to take months, if not years. But at least give those bands that want to occupy this field, that we occupy it with First Nation jurisdiction and control it, and not provincial. And it's about our sovereignty. It's about our inherent right to do business in our territories. And we're not asking every band, just because you support a resolution like this, does not mean you support cannabis. All you're doing is you're supporting the Sioux Singing Band and Sumas and those other First Nations that want to take on this fight with the province. I just want to make that clear, because I'm hearing the impression I'm getting is some bands are thinking, First Nations are thinking, well, if they support this, it means they support having cannabis in their community. That's not what this resolution's about. And sorry, but I have a bunch of lawyers waiting for me in the next room, and I just broke away to get involved in this discussion, but I have to get back to these lawyers that are here today. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chief Louis.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your time and the clarity. All right, Nathan, and I would like to note I have 5 more speakers on this.
Yes, thank you. My name's Nathan McGinnis, counselor for the OCS Indian Band. I just want to first of all thank the AFN. This is my first time being at an AFN, and I appreciate the time slot you guys gave us today. So I just wanted to answer Chief's number 16 microphone. As a First Nation, the OCS Indian Band was one of our members that has a shop practicing their sovereign rights, exercising their sovereign rights. We had chief and council had a meeting with the local government reps and the community safety unit, the CSU, who regulates the illegal what the province considers illegal cannabis shops. They promised us that they would not raid any of our shops, and 2 weeks later they came in front of our full council and promised that. They came 2 weeks later without any warning and raided one of our shops. So that really jump-started us to get this moving, trying to get more nations involved in it. And like Clarence said, if you're supporting the motion, it's not the way Clarence put it. It's not, you don't need to support cannabis. It's just supporting one another. And there are many of us in the Okanagan Nation that are proud to exercise our sovereign rights, and I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, sir. We're going back to our speakers list, and I have Cookbee Lise Behan, microphone 13, please.
Yeah, just some clarity around, thank you for the presentation. I don't know if Chief Victor's question got asked, and I just want to go back to, the first therefore be it resolved, and seeking the support from the BC Assembly chiefs here in person and online. With the mandate to collaborate with the province in developing a First Nations cannabis regulatory structure or institution that aligns with the goals and objectives outlined in the strategy. I just wanted some clarity around that because, as leadership here in BC and looking at our Indigenous laws that we have within the lands that we stay in, we were put on these reserves by the government. And I want to know, why would the group want to collaborate with the province when the province has no jurisdiction on our reserve lands? And how would that make sure it benefits the First Nation communities here in BC, whether it's medical or non-medical? So just my questions that I have for now. Kukstem, thank you.
Thank you, Cookbee. Microphone 29, Chief Linda.
Good. Thank you, Chief Linda Price, Algacho First Nation. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to say that I attended the April 23rd to 25th First Nations Health Authority Toxic Drug Forum in Vernon. And one of the main issues that was brought up was the fact that there are many cannabis stores on reserve that are unregulated, and there's a real problem monitoring those stores, and there was a real need for that. I know in our own community, we're having problems with the liquor stores. There was one liquor store license granted by the BC regulatory branch, and then there was another liquor store license in a grocery store, and they were only not even a block away from each other in our small community of Anaheim Lake, if you can believe that. And so the chief and council did our best to try to put a stop to this store license, because they were selling the store. and the store owner wanted to, sell the store with grandfathering this liquor store license. And so we were trying to put a stop to it, but there was two different bodies in the province that regulated the liquor licenses, one for the store, and one for a liquor store. So one for the grocery store and one for the liquor store. And so, there was nothing that we could do about it. Our hands were tied and we were trying to, put a stop to these two liquor stores. So I really believe it's important, to have proper regulations. There has to be some sort of a body that regulates these stores on reserve somehow. I have to say that for my own community, I did have a discussion with the elders about this, and of course, they were not in favor of any type of cannabis shops in our community. And one of the main reasons was they said it was a stepping stone to harder drugs and chasing the dragon and you name it, and they were just not pleased with that. So definitely, I don't have, I can't support, the store, but I definitely heard loud and clear that, there needs to be some type of regulation in place for the cannabis stores on the reserves, and I definitely agree there has to be, because right now, when we're talking at these First Nations Health Authority toxic drug forums, and this one was held in April 23rd, 2024 to the 25th. It was loud and clear that there were concerns about that. So I would suggest that, that be taken into consideration in all of the discussion. Thank you. Janalia.
Thank you, Chief Linda. Just to note that the resolution is to deal with the formation of a First Nations cannabis institution as recommended by your First Nations cannabis strategy. It does not speak to the stores on reserve.
Yeah.
I have a couple more speakers. Microphone 28, Cookby Roseanne, and then just to note that Chief Victor is up, and then the chief at microphone 26.
Hi,
Chief
Cookby Roseanne Kasmer, Dekalmasa. So I'm in support of this here resolution because it is about the regulation. And, I'm a community that has probably, about 8 cannabis stores and only one that is compliant with the provincial and federal regulations. And we also have the fuel, alcohol, tobacco taxation regime, within our community. But we do not have cannabis taxation, and that is something that we're still working towards. So right now, we don't get a single dime from any of the cannabis shops, and we also recognize that we're also spending a lot of money trying to incorporate our own laws. And it's very frustrating trying to work with the local detachment and, to support our bylaws officers to uphold the bylaws and the laws that we have in place, for the cannabis regime as well. And, like what Councillor had just mentioned, having the CSU coming and raiding theirs. They wanted to come and raid ours, but, we wanted to uphold the jurisdiction because, it was very early into the implementation of our laws. And so, we still uphold that and will uphold that. But the thing is we also know that, without the lack of support and regulation, there's other products that are coming in the store, whether it's mushrooms that's not within the law and or contraband cigarettes. And when we have our own taxation under the quota for tobacco, it actually hurts our community and it hurts our programs and services that we provide for our people. And, I know that for our community alone, it's horrible, but it's like just over $1 million when it comes to the loss of tobacco. So knowing that this here regulation is going to be put in place, I think is really going to protect every single community and support the laws and their lawmaking jurisdiction as well. So I'm for having that jurisdiction because I know that my portfolio counselor was also working towards the health and safety and being able to incorporate and work with Health Canada. So of course there's some stipulations and red tape there, but bottom line is we need to have something in place to support. Because to me, I mean, hindsight, I'd have a shop too. Hindsight, I'd be pocketing 100% of the revenue that comes in, because right now there's no regulatory system in place. So I'm for regulation, but I'm also for First Nations upholding it. So Cook's Jam.
Thank you, Cookbee. I would like to go next to microphone 24, please.
Thank you. A lot of good discussion. I remember last year one fellow was in the corner here and he stated that his marijuana operation was taken over by a biker gang. And that came back to our community as some of the information that we got and whether or not we want to get involved. So, regulating it properly is the key for sure. And if it says in the wording somewhere, and Clarence Lewis pointed out that to support those who want to go forward, is that written in there? That it just says we're supporting it in a broad statement, but supporting those who want to go forward would make it easier for people. I want to support my brother if he wants to go forward on an initiative by way of support, but as asking for this group to support it as a whole is a little more tricky. So supporting somebody who wants to go forward would be a covering statement to have in there. And just on regards to the facilities itself, our neighboring, one of our neighbors here has one, and it had one and they tried to sell contraband cigarettes, and they were shut down and said get those out of there. And and they said it was their right, they got the right to sell that, and so they're still being taken over by the government cigarettes. And the location, it seems to be the key for success. You see the bigger communities, bigger than mine. I've only got 750, 800 on my reserve, and a 750 on the municipal side. We're on an island, so we've got 1,500 members. Whether or not that be enough to make any money, we're not sure. But there's probably some old hippies around that would be able to help that. But yeah, I'm just sort of wondering whether or not what size of a community it would make these beneficial. We need more information in regards to it, because I did bring it back to the table last year, and like I say, it went around discussion, and a doctor said we're sending the wrong message as well. But that's one doctor. There's stuff here that says there's fentanyl going inside marijuana now, and it's better to have a safe product than a bad product. So there's two sides to every coin, right? So I just wanted to bring those points forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to note that this resolution is dealing with the creation of an institution for regulation. It isn't about whether or not you could or should or must have a store in your community. This is like one step in the implementation of that whole draft policy or that whole draft strategy that you've already looked at. So just to set your mind at ease, this is only to work with the province to form this institution that will consider what kind of developing the First Nations cannabis regulatory structure. And you're working with the province because the province is the one who has the authority to regulate this. We don't have that authority because it's one of their heads of powers, like health, for example. Anyway, I have 4 more speakers, and then we're going to go to question. I have 3 more because we just finished with Chief Victor. We'll go to microphone 26, microphone 14, and then microphone 12. 26, please.
Hello. Bill Yovanovich, elected Chief Counselor for Skidegate. I really struggle with this. I just lost my daughter a couple weeks ago to fentanyl. I hear the concerns around safe product. I get I see the success in some people that use cannabis. I also see in our community the mental health with our youth being drastically affected by it. Mental health is spiking with the use of cannabis. We're not talking about that. I look at all these resolutions here. We're supporting this cannabis initiative, trying to streamline some regulations. Who all has drug dealers in our community? Who all has bootleggers in our community that are still operating illegal operations? Forming some regulations is not going to change that. We're fooling ourselves if that's the answer. And if we're not in the land code with bylaws that'll support the police coming to do the work that they need to do, all this is paperwork and smoke and mirrors that's not going to change anything in our communities. I think we should be focusing on wellness. Regional Chief, I want you to grab the ball here and meet with FNHA, UBCIC, all of these entities we deal with that push wellness to just one entity. It's such a huge, I've seen on the news, I think there's 14 nations declaring states of emergency with drug use. Are we gonna feel good about this? We're gonna put this energy to promoting drug use? I think our priorities are wrong. I think we need to shift to wellness. I'll put 100% effort I have to wellness. We're losing people at a feverish rate. I was at the funeral home dealing with my daughter. There was 8 people waiting. She was in a lineup. The reality is our nations are in a dire situation. I bring this up at Coastal First Nations all the time. We need to focus on wellness and quit siloing ourselves. We all have to work together. There's a spoke in this wheel for BCAFN to help somehow. I think all of us entities got to get together and tackle this, or nothing changes. As we do things at a higher level, it doesn't feel like progress. I've been around for a long time with our band council, done some great things, and I still see the struggles, and it doesn't feel like progress as a nation, still struggling with drug and alcohol use. Suicide. How long are we going to quit pretending like it's not a major problem? Somehow we've all got to sit down together and figure something out and piece this out so that we're all on the same page to create a difference. Everything else here seems irrelevant if our well-being is in the state that it's in. So I struggle with this one. I see the benefits, and I also see some of the legitimate concerns. And I think the energy that's going into this should be equally put towards well-being. Thank you.
Wasim, thank you, and giving our condolences on your big loss. Thank you, sir. 2 more. Chief Dan, microphone 14, and then Chief Don.
Why Haskell Halt, Peace Nog Seal, why Yil Yal Michwam, Isqueeze Chief Dan Manuel, Kin Yil Michwam Tul Spachman, Ulkin Kaeltmich, why Tath in Cha, Kin Cook Stute, Ku Kitchen Tim a lot, Yil Tim Kulau, Yil Anwi and Tim Kulau, Musquium, Heichka, CM, Siaya. Just want to first thank the presenters and the discussion. Thank you, Nathan, for your words and the expression of sovereignty for the Syilx Okanagan peoples, of who we both represent, and also to Chief Clarence Louie. I just want to offer, I also want to offer my condolences to our colleague across from me and really thank him for taking or having the courage to speak about a deeply personal issue and a matter that is affecting every one of us here in this forum and affects our communities on an ongoing daily basis. We all have personal experiences of loss and suffering related to the toxic drug crisis and mental health issues within our communities. That comes as no surprise to anyone here. So I just thank you for your words and the expression of your struggles around how do we support this, and I want to share and echo your comments around, you know, the difficulty that we have individually when we come to tables like this to make decisions. In my community, our community members have expressed a reluctance to participate in the cannabis industry since its inception and the rollout of the legalization of cannabis. My community has directed our leadership to not to participate or to allow any cannabis retail operations, with one single proviso, and that was for medicinal cannabis. Our community has said if the cannabis is to be used and produced or sold within our community, it can only be for medicinal purpose. So I'm conflicted as well around how do we support and, you know, wanting to find some common ground that we can move forward. I would like to suggest a friendly amendment, Madam Chair, to the whereas number, or the therefore be it resolved number 4, that we either move it to the top or number 2 in the order, and change the word reserves to support the right for individual BC First Nations to fully participate or to opt out. I'm a little bit, I don't know if the drafters could make it, I would like it to be more opt out as the default, and have the reserve the right for First Nations who are not interested in participating not have to physically or by letter or other means inform this body or the government that they choose not to participate. I think it should be in the affirmative that those nations that are participating, and the support that we're giving are for only those nations who affirm their support or their intent in moving forward, as opposed to have a blanket endorsement and then ask for the individual bands to opt out. So I don't know if we could craft some language to make the default provision to be affirmative on only those individual bands who express support. White Limlimt, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have some draft language going up right now. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly as clause number 2, moving up as you have suggested from number 4 to number 2. And we'll just wait till Maureen finishes the crafting. And, well, should I take another one while you're doing this, Maureen? Should I take another comment before? Okay, while we're waiting for that, Chief Manuel, we're going to go to Chief Sam, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Microphone 12, please.
Kisuk Yukit. Chief William, my condolences for your loss. That hurts. I think I feel that pain. I've known people who've been in pain management, and cannabis has been their go-to. Also curious, sometimes I see a lot of anxiety, and I wonder if there's a connection with the use of cannabis. And so one of my thoughts is just I don't know if it would be the institute, but not losing sight of that research, being able to explore those observations. But one of the things I would ask for in a friendly amendment, and I'm not exactly sure how the wording would be, but just around I'm not wanting to delegate any of my jurisdiction to the Institute, but I appreciate the Institute, I guess, advancing those rights or that sovereignty. So some wording that may provide comfort that we're not delegating our, our rights to the Institute. I'm not sure if that's making sense. I'm sure the staff might be able to catch up on that. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, Chief Sam, we were busy trying to create the new wording, so can I have again? Can you tell me again what it is you're suggesting?
I guess I'm looking for some wording to give some confidence to that the Institute isn't assuming the rights of the First Nations, but it's advancing the rights of the First Nations.
Okay, thank you, Chief Sam. The technical folks are working on that right now. And while we're working on that, can I go back to the mover and seconder? Who is that? Clint?
Yeah.
Clint and Clarence is gone. So it'll be Nathan. Okay, Nathan, can you give me your last name, please?
McGinnis.
McGinnis, Nathan McGinnis. All right. So we have a friendly amendment from Chief Dan Manuel at microphone 14 to move number 4 up to number 2. So your new number 2 would read, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly reserve the right for individual BC First Nations to fully participate in the institution/FNCR through an opt-in provision, depending on their own internal decisions and ratification processes. Turning to Proxy Clint Tuttle, Sumas. Oh, before we go to you, let me see if we have it right. Chief Dan Manuel at 14, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had also requested to change the word reserve to support.
Oh, right. That's easy enough. We're putting support in right now and taking out reserve, because we live on reserves. All right, so I was at Clint. Can I go to microphone 12, please?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Thank you.
Sorry, Clint Tuttle, Councillor from Sumas First Nation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Clint. And we'll come to microphone 2, Nathan McGinnis.
Yes, Nathan McGinnis, council member for the OCS Union Band, and that sounds good to me. To us, sorry.
Thank you. So that's the new changes for your new number 2. And to go along with Chief Sam's words, it's the new number 5. Right? The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly does not assume the rights of First Nations and will advance the rights of First Nations that opt in. Is that reflecting what you meant, sir?
I think it's on the right lines. I think 6A speaks to asserting sovereignty and jurisdiction. And so I think that's where I was thinking the advancing sovereignty and jurisdiction of, or advancing First Nation sovereignty and jurisdiction.
Okay.
And then the number 5, I would like the, because we have, it is, it's not that the Chiefs and Assembly are assuming that the rights of First Nations, but we are, the Institute, we're not delegating the right to the Institute. And so I guess the Chiefs and Assembly directing that, you know, sorry, I'm not really sure how to phrase it.
what you're trying to capture is that the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly are the rights and title holders, and they aren't, we want to say that they're not delegating any of their authority away. Does that help you, Maureen? I mean, not those words, but I mean ideas. Isn't our staff fabulous working on the fly like this, right? Round of applause when we're done. Well, I guess maybe we shouldn't distract them just yet.
And I guess any of the regulatory structure that's developed, would that come back to the First Nations to assent to, I guess?
Well, you'll be involved in creating it. Is that what you mean? Will it come back to the, after things happen, you'll get reports on what's happening?
I'm assuming yes. Is it in here?
I'm assuming that would happen. I don't know that it explicitly says it, but I can't see any of the working groups created not reporting back, because we got these gents here. Microphone 2, Nathan.
Yes, we would definitely think we could add that.
Okay, so we have 2 amendments from you, Chief Sam. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly maintain that the institution/FNCR does not replace the obligation of the Crown to directly engage with the rights and title holders, and will advance the sovereignty and jurisdiction of First Nations that choose to opt in. Have we captured your intent?
Yes.
Thank you. Next one, number 6. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the proposed institution FNCR to report back regularly to the Chiefs in Assembly. So we could take out that 2 after Assembly. Oh no, we're calling on, no. Okay, Chief Sam? The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly to call on the proposed institution to report back regularly to the Chiefs and Assembly. So you're calling on them to come and report. Is that capturing?
Thank you very much, yes.
Thank you. Once we get through, we're going to have big applause for our staff. So now we're going to go to Clint and Nathan for whether or not you're accepting these changes. Microphone 12. Councillor.
Councillor Clint Tuttle, Sumas First Nation, and yes, those amendments are fine with me.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Nathan.
Yes, I just wanted to say this has been a really good roundtable discussion, and definitely yes.
Thank you. Now, that's all the discussion that we've had on this. I need some clarity on Chief Victor. You had said that you would need to abstain from this. I'm wondering if we have objections or abstentions and a list of folks. So I'm just going to go to these folks to see how we're still feeling about this. Chief Victor Isaac, Numgis. Microphone 24, please.
Thank you. I'm a lot more comfortable with it, but you know, there's always that sticking your neck out sort of thing. but yeah, it definitely makes more sense to me now that we're supporting fellow nations to go forward if they wish to, and that's comforting enough. As long as it doesn't say that for myself that you know, I totally agree with that. I'm just supporting my neighbor to go forward. Thanks.
Thank you. That's the whole point behind Chief Sam's points. Chief Councillor Elaine Kitwensiuk. Microphone 21, please.
Thank you for the dialogue. That helps to ease the mind a little bit, but I agree to disagree today. Thank you.
Can I ask if that's an opposition or abstention?
Abstention.
Thank you. Chief Justin Kane, Squilau. Microphone 16, please.
Thank you. I recognize from the first part, whereas number F or letter F, and it's the creation of a cannabis regulatory structure has been identified as a crucial component and outlined in the First Nations cannabis strategy. I recognize this is where some of the engagement may have came from, but I'm not fully understanding how many people are engaged in that cannabis strategy. I know it was going on for a few months. As stated, as the rights and title holders, is there a community? I never did engage with them, so I am against the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm a little bit remiss. I should have gone to Regional Chief to answer all of the comments that we had earlier, but I've been given permission to carry on. All right, to Chief Councillor William Jovanovich. Microphone 26, please.
I will abstain. I have no problem with those nations that are interested and want to pursue this matter, but I want to note that my abstention will be based on that I don't believe this should be as high as a priority for the BCAFN as it is. Hawa.
Thank you, sir. Regional Chief?
Thank you for the really good discussions and for those communities that want to get a handle on regulation. You know, this allows you the opportunity to do that. Just speaking to Chief Jovanovich, and you know what you have experienced, and I think what many of us experience in this room, the opioid crisis or substance abuse and substance issues, I take it to heart. You know, my cousin succumbed to his addictions in May. And within an 18-month period from when his wife died to his daughter, and his daughter, and a son, and then him, it was either opioids or it was alcohol. and the whole family's gone. There's 5 of them. I do, you know, this, perhaps maybe this is a small part to trying to get a grip on some of the controlled substances in the communities, but I do agree with you that a more concerted effort to deal with the opioid crisis and mental health. It's how it's done Lalem. You know, what we witness in Cowichan, we need more of that. There's going to be 7 more of those facilities, but we need more. You know, our ability to think about strategically on the housing crisis and other matters, you know, as a whole, perhaps is part of the solution. I certainly know with the First Nations Health Authority that there's been quite a bit of funding and quite a bit of resources are being pumped into addictions and mental health, but I think if there needs more, I think maybe this is a room and this is the mandate that I need to help and support what you're talking about, Chief. So to me, I think before noon, and I'm having Maureen look at past resolutions to see if I do have that mandate or do, you know, this is an organization driven by resolutions and motions, that if we don't, to advocate for more health, mental health and addictions resources, that maybe what we do before noon tomorrow is to develop a resolution and a motion so that I can get those marching orders, so I can advocate for what you're talking about, for what we're all seeking, is some sort of answer to this crisis that we're living in, to addictions, mental health, that is, in general, I would say, it's safe to say that it's under-resourced, and we see it in the downtown east side, where I live in Prince George and Moccasin Flats. We see it elsewhere in Kamloops and the rail trail in Kelowna. You know, the places that we see it in our communities with the homeless, and within those homeless and the dehoused, there's a high number of addictions. And the other part to this is taking over jurisdiction of child welfare, because if you look at the population of those that are dehoused and dealing with addictions, there's a high number that are youth age and that came out of care, out of the foster care system. So all of this, we somehow we need to, you know, it's all need to be together to find some solutions, and it certainly, and it does, as in your case, Chief, hit home. You know, we all have relatives that succumb to this terrible addictions, but I think in terms of this resolution, I think it's trying to get a grip on a controlled substance for those communities that want to do it. So, my comment to you, Chief Yovanovich, is that we try to create some sort of motion or resolution by tomorrow, so we could get the marching orders to really try to do something about this crisis that we're living in. You know, it's sad. It's sad to see what happened to my cousin Stanley T.G. That his whole family's gone, and all that's left is 4 grandchildren that are going to be raised by the grandparents. So I think that's what we should do, the way forward. But certainly support those nations that want to take over jurisdiction or regulation, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Now we will come to our question about this resolution. You've had a lot of discussion, and we really appreciate the discussion that has happened around the table. We certainly appreciate the work that our technical staff has done for us in the last 20 minutes. It's been great. So in the matter of support in principle for the establishment of a First Nations cannabis institution regulator, where our mover was Clint Tuttle and our seconder is of Sumas First Nation, and Nathan McGuinness, councillor for Osoyoos Indian Band. We haven't had consensus on this, so the quickest way to proceed will be to ask for the abstentions. If you are abstaining from this resolution, please raise your red lanyard. And if I could have staff helping count. And I meant to go back to Chief Linda. I apologize. I recognize that you had wanted to abstain. I have 7. On one online? Thank you.
Online.
Can I ask who was that on the iPhone abstaining online?
Chief James Hobart.
Oh, thank you, Chief James. Oh, we probably could have guessed that. He's always on the iPhone. Okay. And then we had some that were speaking against. Could I have those speaking, voting against the resolution, please? And any online? Thank you. And everyone else is in favor? I'm assuming. I don't want to have to count everybody, but this is my assumption. So we have, what's our total? Do we know how many we have voting? But regardless, we have more than a majority in favor of this. We've had 8 abstentions and 2 against, and the majority being in favor of this resolution. This resolution is passed by your vote. I would like to, at this time, give a round of applause to all of yourselves for the good work that you've done, and our staff for all of the wonderful technical work they did on the fly. And we'd also like to thank the panel for joining us for this discussion, and Regional Chief will thank them and give them a gift. And I see microphone 26.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Regional Chief Terry TG, for listening. That's the first positive response in all my concerns I've raised for multiple years now. And I'm happy to see this be a resolution supporting mental health. I think that's a huge movement for this organization and for us as a people. So how about for that?
Thank you, Chief Billy. Next on our agenda is election procedures. To have Ron LaFleur, help yourselves, but we're going to keep going. Regional Chief?
Yeah, so just hang on here for a minute. Did you send that? We do have 2 past resolutions, one in 2019, one in 2023 in regards to addictions, opioid crisis. But their kind of is to call for a state of emergency in regards to the opioid crisis. Perhaps maybe that's some of the things we should note within the resolution or motion that we're going to develop, and try to make it all cohesive and making sense so we could really try to tackle this massive issue. So the 2019 one was call for a public inquiry on the connections between organized crime, money laundering, and the opioid and affordability crisis, for the opioid overprescribing and the overdose crisis. As you can see, those are specific. I think we'll create a new one, giving us more of a concerted effort in regards. If you stay to the end of the day, Chiefs, there's some door prizes. $150 prepaid Visa gift card. And the second prize is $500 hotel credit at a hotel of your choice. And this is for the end of the day. And the other prize for 2 tickets, we'll draw it tomorrow at lunch. Tomorrow at lunch, we'll draw 2 tickets. It's for the opening. It's the opening, I believe, right? It's Calgary versus Canucks. It's the opening game of the season. So we have 2 tickets, but you have to be here. Sorry for those online. They're not here, but anyways, you're and for the prizes of the $150, $500. Election procedure.
Good afternoon, chiefs, proxies, delegates. My name is Ron Lofra. I'm the BCAFN electoral officer. I know many of you from previous years. Actually, this is my 7th year serving the BCAFN, and it's an honor and pleasure to be back and to be back here on Musqueam territory. I want to take a moment to inform you of the positions that were open for the BCAFN this year. We had 2 positions open for board of directors. And for the 2 board of director positions, we had 2 candidates acclaimed. The acclamations are Chief Jerome Jack. We have an election to be held tomorrow to fill that seat. The candidates are Chief Valerie Ascotti and Vice Chief Cheryl Rule. I really want to thank each of the candidates for standing up for these important positions and seeking to represent for these really important positions. The elections will take place tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. and they'll be held online or by telephone. And that's whether you're here in person or whether you're joining us from away. In a few minutes, we'll have a candidate forum. So I encourage you to stay for that. So both online and telephone voting are run through a system called Simply Voting. It's a system that has been used for many years with the BCAFN. As I stated, you can vote anytime during that 3-hour period, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow. And you can vote using your phone, your smartphone, a tablet, computer, or even using a touchpad system by using an old school telephone. If you prefer to vote by phone, you may do so by calling a number I'll say now, but it's in an email that will come to you tomorrow morning. It's 1-855-684-2965. For this AGM, you provided your email address as well as a status card number or an equivalent ID number. You'll need that number to log into the system tomorrow. So if you didn't provide a status number, perhaps you provided a driver's license or a passport number, you're going to need to use that number. So please remember what number you used to register. If you have questions about that, feel free to go see myself or Joanne in the back corner. You'll also receive a PIN code that will come in the email tomorrow. That PIN code also is required to log in. So the PIN code is in the email you'll receive tomorrow. We're going to do a sample vote now, and while I'll have. Okay, so this is my email, and this is exactly what almost exactly what your email will look like tomorrow. That will come shortly after 10 a.m. It'll say your name, and it'll advise you that you have until 1 p.m. to vote. You have your status card number or equivalent, and here's that PIN code I was talking about. It's number 2 on the list here. So this one is specific to me, 1278. You can either remember it for the next stage, copy it, write it down, whatever you need. It's just a 4-digit number. And then you'll click on this link here, or if you want to vote by telephone, you can call in that phone number there. So presuming you want to vote online, click on the link, and it'll take you to the login page. where you'll enter your ID number. Typically, it's a status card number, but in this case, this is my made-up number. And 1278 is my PIN code. Note here before I proceed, if you have any issues logging in, our contact information is here just above. It'll continuously take you back to this page, and it'll say if you're having issues, contact Ron, that's me. The email address is there, my phone number is there, and I'll be sitting in the back corner anyways. But if you log in, you'll get to the ballot. In our case, we're using the examples rather than candidates, so we've got Sprite versus 7-Up. And you can vote for whichever you like. If you have questions about the candidate, you want to learn a little bit more about them, you can click on View Details. It'll show you the picture and their biography. And again, you can switch your vote until you're content. Click Continue here. It'll want you to confirm, so it'll actually show you're voting for 7-Up. If that's not the way you wanted to vote, you can click Change here. But if you're set, you just click Confirm, and that is the final element of voting. You've completed your vote. You cannot change your vote after that point. I can't see how you voted. It's all locked in, and at 1 o'clock we'll know the results. By the way, the candidates are randomly ordered on the ballot, so anytime somebody opens the ballot, they'll be in a different order. It's not alphabetical. And tomorrow, please make sure to come back at 1 p.m. Shortly after 1 p.m., I'll be announcing the results. Of course, there's plenty of other BCAFN business tomorrow as well. The election is decided by whomever gets the most votes, and if we do get a tie, we will run another round of voting. If for some reason you don't receive your email to vote by 10:15, 10:30 tomorrow, please call or email or come see us in the back corner. It might mean that there was some issue with your registration, and we'll get that fixed up right away. So for now, I'll pass it back to Leah for the form, unless there's any questions.
Any questions for the electoral officer? Thank you, Ron. I would like to note that we heard from Chief Jerry Jack and Chief Donald Sam earlier today for their speech to you regarding their acclamation to the BCAFN board. So that just leaves us with introducing or having the women's representative candidates come join us at the front. Indian band. Cheryl? All right. I'm going to have my timer. Each candidate will be provided 5 minutes for their opening statement. We'll start with Valerie. Let me just get my timer up. And then when we go to questions, we'll just alternate. Like, we're going to start with Valerie now, but when we get to our first question, we'll start with Chief Valerie Scotty, Prophet River First Nation. 5 minutes for your introduction and statement. Microphone 1.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chief Valerie Scotty with Prophet River First Nation, which is a nation located on mile 233 of the Alaska Highway, and it is in northern BC. I am the daughter of John and Janice Scotty, who are members of the Doig River First Nation. and I'm the granddaughter of George and Annie Chapezi, who were Prophet River First Nation. Holds right now about 282 members. I learned a lot from my grandparents who raised me alongside my my father and my mother, and they taught me a lot about our traditional ways. I was taught to be honest, to be fair, to be truthful in all that I did. I was also taught to be a hard worker by my parents, who did a lot, who out to come from that lineage. I have learned a lot since I've come in as the chief of my nation, and we have had our struggles over the last 3 years, and this last resolution really hit home for me, because since I've been voted in, we have lost an unprecedented 12 members in 3 years. And out of those 12 members, we've had 2 that were that we lost just to natural causes. To work through that, but I think I've come a long ways, and I've learned a lot from my nation. And I think being a women's representative for the BCAFN is going to help me continue on that journey to making a difference to health and wellness. As Prophet River, we have acquired a Sickney Ranch, and we acquired it in 2019, and we were actually looking at it as a stepping stone towards a treatment center, the aftercare. After our members leave in treatment, they, as we all know, if they go back to the same place they came in, for them to help them along their sober path. And I think that with support from other nations, as well as my own Treaty 8 Tribal Association in Northern BC, I think we can make it a goal to be an aftercare treatment center. There is a lot that I continue to strive for, and there's a lot that I would like to continue learning. For me, education is a huge key as well, and I thank you for the opportunity to try for this role. Thank you.
Let me get my timer back. Oh, what the heck. I'd like to go next to Vice Chief Cheryl Rule, Coldwater.
Hentla Yedek Squeshed. Nishamayam Makosa Tuthla Insuletko. It was given to me by my grandfather, Peter Bob, when I was a little girl, and I really am grateful for that. I also was given another name, and it's Makosa, and that means women's warrior. And I was really proud to be given this name by Elder Alice Kawith from the Stoney Nakoda Wesley First Nations. My English name is Cheryl Rule. My parents are William and Beverly Bob, and my grandparents are Peter and Ada Bob and Lily and Paul Open. That, you know, we're on a beautiful territory, the Musqueam, and all the wonderful openings that is hosted here really is dear to my heart, because we're acknowledging the Creator as well as allowing us to have a voice of our territory. I'm really pleased that I was nominated by Chief Stewie Jackson and Chief Lise Behan. And, you know, it really makes my heart happy to have our Nicola Valley Chief supporting me in this venture. I'd also like to acknowledge that UBC IC Elder Amelia Washington and UBC IC Women's Rep Melissa Moses. Also, my family, you know, they've been really supporting me in this leadership journey. And I say guksham to them because it's very hard work being a leader. Guksham, Louisa, for the wonderful job you've done. You know, I've been watching from the sidelines and seeing how important this role is. And there's so much work we need to do. My mission for this is to be trustworthy, transparent, a strong voice for human rights, universal dignity, environmental justice, compassion, and the rights to Indigenous people. I really am committed to governance, human resources, and policy development. Language and culture and traditional teachings from Indigenous knowledge keepers and elders is one of my forefront roles in keeping our language alive and well. I've done many missing and murdered Indigenous walks and have helped develop cultural programs for our youth in safety. I'm an advocate for children in care and for safety programs for all our vulnerable youth that is caught in this drug crisis we're facing. Inheriting rights and governance towards healthy community. And, you know, like I really believe that as leadership, we can make positive changes. And in our community, we have so many missing men and women, and we're seeing more and more. And it's really scary that we need to have some type of change. I've worked in the educational system for over 8 years and have helped develop culture and language. And I work for the Coldwater Band as a chair, and we're really trying to change our education for our kids and our youth. And, you know, I have really good history with my grandparents in being land-based learning, and I'm really grateful for that. Growing up in a small little place in Siletco has been a wonderful time. So, guksham.
Thank you, ladies. Oh, I don't know how to turn off my... That's what happens when you leave this to me. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. I don't know how to stop this. All right. Do we have questions? Any questions? Chief Shanna, microphone 9. Okay, now I need to do a timer for the ladies. So once you finish asking the question, I'm going to go to microphone 2 and then to microphone 1. And can I have somebody from the staff who can go sit by Chief Linda and let them know when they have 1 minute left? Any volunteers? Any takers? Okay, so Nikki is going to go over there and sit by Chief Linda Price. And when you have 1 minute left, I'm sure she knows how to operate her timer way better than me. She'll hold up one finger. All right. Microphone 9, your question, please.
Hi, Chika. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the candidates for putting your name forward. My question is in relation to the Indigenous Women's Justice Strategy. As we've had many presentations from the Justice Council on the justice strategy, and I've continued to raise a concern as it relates to Indigenous women and girls who are primarily victims of crime. And I felt like the Indigenous justice strategy focused on the folks who've been charged and not justice, which is for those of us that have experienced harm in seeking justice through the criminal system. I do know that they are releasing a women's justice strategy, and just curious what the candidates' thoughts are in relation to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And you have 3 minutes to respond. And we're going to start with Vice Chief Cheryl Rule. And we're going to look to Nikki for the start. Go ahead.
I agree with you that, you know, we need to support our young ladies and women when we do have serious harm happen to them. And it's important that, you know, we start making it a priority and have everyone's voices heard. And I don't think that's happening. I've been attending the policing incentive and really been pressuring them to start building better avenues for support for our youth and our children and our women and our two-spirited as well, because so much happens and it's always put under the rug, and when somebody actually voices something, they are never heard. So I totally support and want better for everyone when it comes to justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chief. Now we'd like to go to reset our clock and go to microphone 1, please. Chief Valerie.
Hi, for the question that you asked, yes, I do agree with my my colleague here as well, that there does need to be more justice for the women and for the younger kids that are going through this as well, because when their mothers and their aunts and that do not get justice, the children suffer as well. And I've had a lot of experience in this when I was working for the Women's Center in Fort St. John. We had a poverty law advocate that consistently fought for the women and children to get justice for all that had happened to them. And those programs built more and more over the years. And it's been about 10 years since I've been involved with the Women's Center, but I learned a lot working through there. We advocated a lot for women back then, and it's come a long ways since. And I would continue working hard towards bringing them justice, because that's their right, not only as a woman, but as an Indigenous woman. And many Indigenous women struggle because they have to fight those injustices, and many of them feel alone. But when they have that support system behind them, it makes a big difference in helping change their lives and those of their children, to cut those generational ties and those generational injustices.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Any other questions for the candidates? While you're thinking about it, I would like to ask a question. I don't know if that's appropriate, but no one's paying attention to me, so we'll go ahead. I'd like to know, what do you do for self-care? And we'll start with microphone 1. Valerie?
For self-care, because I've had to deal with so much over these last 3 years, not only learning how to be a leader, but at the same time dealing with the crisis that we've had in our nation, dealing with all the deaths, and many of these deaths were families that I was very close to. And it really, it was a struggle, but I learned how to, at the end of the day, take some time for myself and do the things that I enjoy, and really live my life the way my mother, who I lost in 2019 to cancer, to take that little bit of time, whether it be an hour or 2 hours, to do the things that I enjoy. Like I love reading. It's one of my passions that I've done since I was a young girl, and it was taught by my mother, who loved to read. So that is one of the ways I take self-care. And I also I enjoy going for nature walks. Those help me stay grounded and stay connected.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone 2, Vice Chief.
Well, I'm very traditional in that, you know, we've been taught to go to the water and wash, and we use fir boughs to brush ourselves off. And I just did a ceremony when I was in Banff, and I was so grateful to have that experience there. And, you know, I use a lot of prayer, and, you know, there is a lot of trauma, a lot of, I'm a second generational survivor of the residential school, and I missed going to the school by 6 months. I'm so grateful I didn't. I have a lot of family who have attended, and we're still healing. And I'm healing for the next 7 generations, for my grandkids. I want better for them. I also do a lot of crafts. I'm a beader, I'm a basket maker, I harvest plants and medicines, I make really wonderful salves and bath bombs, and you know, I do a lot of cultural harvesting. And it's important for me to make sure I'm looking after myself, and so that I can care for others.
Thank you. Microphone 21, Chief Elaine.
Good evening. Elaine Moore in the Scott Village of Gidwinsirk. I want to thank you mostly for putting your name forward and the work ahead of you. We know it's vast, it's very wide. It's not just politics around the local area. How far do you think your outreach will work? Like, what is your vision? You're thinking of all of BC. How do you reach everybody?
Thank you. We'll start with microphone 2.
Well, nowadays it's the internet. That's probably the quickest way to reach anyone. You know, I had to actually go through my friends list to see how many friends I had, and I was like, man, I didn't really know I knew that many people. I'm very open to traveling. I do have grandchildren, so all my kids are growing up, so I'm available to travel BC, so that, you know, allows me freedom, and I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you. Microphone 1, please.
I've learned that social media is a big way of reaching out to who you're representing. As a first-time leader, like I actually just finished my elections here in 2024 in August, and will be my second term I'm leading. And I've learned social media is one of the best ways to be able to reach my members. And I think if I were to be a successful candidate, I'd really use that to reach out and to talk to them, and also do video presentations where possible, because I've learned that as well has really made a connection to my members, because then they have a way of being able to reach out to me, and I'm open the majority of the time. And if I'm a pretty clear communicator with my members, if they can't get a hold of me, I find other ways of trying to reach out to them.
Thank you. Elaine, microphone, apologies. Chief Elaine, microphone 21, please.
Thank you. Just to supplement that, I was thinking about the majority of our people don't, the people that need, you know, our services and whatever we have to offer don't have access to social media. Was just where I was going with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response? Microphone? Oh, now I've lost count. Are we starting with 2? Thank you. Microphone 2.
I agree with you. A lot of our members, they don't have that opportunity to have a cell phone because a lot of them are in poverty. And that's really sad, but it's the truth. You know, I think that there are other ways to reach our memberships and our communities, and that's being visible, that's being in community. And I know that, you know, it's an investment and it takes time to build trust. So it's definitely a lot of communication and being open about it.
Thank you. Microphone 1, please.
I think as for those that are only able to communicate in person, I know I'd be willing to travel and take the time to go and attend where needed to discuss matters that are important. As I know many of our elders, they don't go on social media. So I did a lot of one-on-one visits with them and took the time to sit and review their thoughts and their concerns and bring it back.
Thank you. Any other questions for the candidates? Well, I have one more. I would like to know what was the most important piece of advice that you learned or that you were given by your mentor. Microphone 1.
The most important piece of advice I was given was by my mentor, Liza Wolf, who was the chief of our nation for 30 years. And she lived actually next door to me on our reserve. And every morning when I left to go to a meeting, the first thing she'd say is, take care of yourself, because that's how you're going to take care of your people. And say your prayers. Never forget to say your prayers.
We'll see you. Thank you. Microphone 2.
I guess it was from Elder Alice, where she said, you know, you have to speak from your heart. And when you're speaking from your heart, you're telling your truth. And knowing who you are is really important to navigate this journey that we're in, because we have so much, as women leaders, it's a struggle sometimes, and we need to make sure we're voicing it and we're not scared to speak up and tell the truth. So that's one of the very important things I learned from her.
Thank you. Now we'd like to, any further questions? I see none. We'd like to move to closing comments and ask our friend to put the 1-minute timer on, and we'll start with because Valerie did the opening, we'll go to microphone 2.
All right. Well, you know, I really appreciate your time today. It's good to be able to speak to you. I've been able to speak at a number of chief meetings, and I really look forward to that, because we have to keep a good open dialogue as leadership. And, you know, I'm new to being in this role, and I'm very grateful that I've had the opportunity to learn from experts and really become a positive role model for our youth and our children and our two-spirited. Gaksham.
Thank you. Moving to microphone 1, please.
Again, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to listen to our comments and our thoughts. As well, I would really like to look to learning a lot more about the BCAFN, as our nation is quite a bit a ways from Vancouver. I do look forward to coming here and learning a lot more about the nations that are here. And I would look forward to learning from this table.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies, for putting your name forward. That's very courageous and brave of you to do that. Our people need you. Could we give them a round of applause? Thank you both. And if any of you would like to speak with your candidates, I'm sure they'd be open to that. I would like to call Miss Joanna Prince up. She's going to be the one talking to you about the door prizes. And while she is on her way, I'd like to remind you about that dinner table discussion on the draft final settlement agreement on long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services. And that will take place at 6 p.m. at the River Rock Casino Resort in the Fraser Room. That's free, and it's a dinner where you can raise the questions that you were raising earlier today around that final settlement agreement. And now, Joanna.
Hello, we're going to be doing two prizes, two draws for, the first prize is a $150 prepaid visa, and the second prize is $500 credit at corporate travel for a hotel of your choice. Go ahead, Alton. And you have to be here to win, or online. Or online. Congratulations, Sherry, you won $150 prepaid visa. Congratulations, Dan.
All right, congratulations to Sherry Thomas and Chief Dan Manuel. Please see Joanna Price to collect your winnings. Thank all of you for staying to the end. I'm sure it wasn't only because of the prizes. Thank you for joining us today online, and we will be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Have a good evening.